Commissioner Schiffer.
I looked through everything a couple days ago. Yep, just read that.
Commissioner Francisco, can you hear us okay?
I can. You just came on though.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, sir. Commissioner Broussard.
I'm here.
Vice President Ritholler.
Here.
Commissioner Cura.
Here.
Commissioner Francisco.
Here.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Senator Kolb.
Present.
Representative Davis.
Here.
Mr. Lebanon sent me an email very early this morning. He had to go back to Gillette to attend to something, so he will be absent. Mr. President, you do have a quorum.
Thank you, Director Laramendi. If you would now provide us with the welcome.
Welcome to day 2 of the annual fall meeting of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. Primary mission of the Wyoming Gaming Commission is the protection of the wagering public and the health, safety, and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. Individuals who wish to address the commission will be recognized and called on by the president to speak. After the president has recognized you, please clearly state your name and the name of the organization you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, and responses must flow through the president by addressing the president each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures an orderly flow of discussion during the commission meeting. All meetings of the governing body of an agency are public meetings open to the public, except as otherwise provided pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164403A. This meeting is being held in person in Casper, also available on Zoom and able to watch via the Gaming Commission's YouTube channel. The commission may open an executive session pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164405A. Inclusion on the agenda does not necessarily constitute a commission action.
Thank you, Director Laramendi. Now, if everyone would rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving along, I would remind everyone, if you weren't here yesterday, to let you know that we do have a consent agenda, and on that, 10A, 11D, and 16A through I are part of the consent agenda. So we'll slip past item 10 and go to item 11. And I guess that would be you and I, Ruben, and I'll start off today by, again, welcoming everyone. Obviously, some things to be concerned about. I think everyone probably having anything to do with the equine industry is concerned about the HV1 virus and outbreak, and certainly more to come with that. Obviously affects a lot of industries. I think everyone wonders, gosh, does the national finals come off? There's a jillion horse sales going on in Texas and Oklahoma that are being canceled and all kinds of things. So certainly we'll have a lot to do with the equine industry and possibly racing and whatnot going forward. And we will obviously act in a expeditious manner to see that we get things handled as far as racing in the horses industry here in Wyoming. Along another note, with regards to gaming, we've got a legislative session coming up. And obviously, as Senator Kolb is more than aware, there are quite a few bills coming up regarding some changes or some things that the legislature might like to see happen with regards to gaming. It's a short session, whether they get it all done or not. It's certainly something for us to be aware of, that a lot of this gaming has come on hard and heavy in the state of Wyoming, and maybe it's time that the legislature and this commission will be looking at some sideboards and continuing to tweak our rules and stuff like that. But I would also urge all of you involved in all the different aspects of gaming to also police your own house and make sure that things are tight and run well, and that the wagering public is taken care of, and that also they are being respected. And I think there's beginning to be some concern about how involved gaming is in this state. And I think in order for the future of gaming to be good and robust, we need to care for it very carefully. So probably enough about that. Ruben?
Thank you, Chairman. I guess the only thing I'd have to add, very thorough, our chairman is, but I would like to thank the commission staff and everybody that put on the ceremonies or the lessons yesterday. They were very informative and really enjoyed them. So kudos to the staff. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Director Larramendi.
Thank you, President Cavello. So the director's report, it's going to be very simple, actually. So the one thing that I wanted to update you all on is the continued work on a CMS system, the central monitoring system. We're actually doing this kind of a two-prong approach. We're currently piloting a hardware-based CMS system in Cheyenne with the help of Swan Ranch and Wyoming Horse Racing for the HHR side. And we've also just completed some installs on some skill games up in the Cody Powell region that have come online with this potential solution for CMS. At the same time, we're also working with another developer on a more of a software-based AI type system that will connect directly to servers or the reporting mechanisms for these games across the state. So we're still pursuing that and working that very diligently on two different fronts. The other part of my updates would be legislative, but I'm going to kind of turn this over to Senator Kolb so Senator Kolb can kind of take the wheel on that one.
Right under the bus.
Well, thank you for that pass off that I didn't know was coming. So I'll kind of just, being it just came off of the last management council meeting, I'll just go over what had happened. And Mr. Chairman, if anybody would like to ask me questions, please stop at any time to clarification, because there's a lot of things that happened, and I don't know if everybody had an opportunity to listen. It was quite the long ordeal I was there for. I thought it was going to be short, but I was wrong about that. My wife was very mad because I said it was going to be an hour and it took about 6. So just going on, I'll just go down to bills. And so these are all drafts that are now been sponsored. I'll talk about the ones that were sponsored and say the one that wasn't sponsored. Gaming amendments, that was the 169 bill. I'm just going to use the last 3 digits. That bill basically refined the definitions of gaming so we can do something about these, I'll just call them illegal activities that are going on in different venues where they advertise, take a cut. So it basically refined the definition. So you just can't say I'm a friend, and that's why I'm gaming, right? Nobody wants to stop any gaming activities that are going on at Thanksgiving or Christmas, right? That isn't the intent of any of this. So we're going to have to work these bills, and maybe if something comes up, refine them just overall how this would work. That's the first bill. The next one is anti-money laundering. That was Senator Nethercott's bill that got stalled out in the House. They didn't introduce it. It's obviously, I'm aware of the money laundering issue, and it's definitely a needed bill to clean that up. And it was identified as a need. So, I'll represent that during the session about why this is even being talked about. The next one is local approval for simulcasting, which is a local control bill. A rather long bill, but it has to be long because there's many details about how to do it, right? So we're going to go from, basically it's going to give this gaming commission the authority that I think you don't have right now to clearly deny or approve with local comment, and also give you authority to deny or approve clearly in statute. Basically will allow you to, I think, be more, I don't know, I shouldn't use the word legal, but you'd have a statutory guidance behind you to approve or deny. Same with the local governments. And then there's a whole mechanism in there how they would interact with each other between the counties and the city, which is another issue, of course. So we've had agreement with WHAM and WCCA, the 2 associations, that they agree to this language. That's why the language is the way it is. That's what they agreed to. Didn't want to, I guess, mess around with that. So that's why it reads the way it reads. If anyone had any question about, why is it worded that way? That was the agreement they had. And the attorneys say, well, you can do it that way. So that's fine. It is a long bill, but it finally addresses some of the concerns that legislatively was going around in the Senate, which is why it stalled out. So that's my number 1 priority. I'll just say that to the Gaming Commission. We may have to pick winners and losers here. I think they're all very important. These are all good bills. And I say that sincerely, not some legislative mumbo jumbo that you hear from everybody. But we're going to have to be strategic on what gets through a budget session, right? There's a lot more to it than just hoping and praying that something's going to happen. So we're going to have to deal with that. And that's probably a leadership thing more than Senator Kolb thing. The next one was the limitations on historic horse racing terminals. That turned into expanding the horse racing terminals because of a lot of legal reasons. I was not in favor of this because I'll just tell you, it in fact monetized the ability to have an HHR machine. Basically, you could sell that said gaming license, right? And I don't think that's a good way to go. And I didn't have a chance. Sorry, Cactus, I hadn't spoken to you, Mr. Chairman, and other members, but that was really the reason why I thought it was a terrible idea. Besides, it expanded the number. So that died a dutiful death, which I'm very pleased about, and didn't go anywhere. Then the next one, the last one, was the one that was a reaction one, because I'll just say the Smith gaming situation with putting skill-based games, in fact, in the grocery store part of the building. I understand, pretty good understanding of the nuances on why that happened. So this will give clear guidance statutorily for you, this gaming commission, on what the requirements are. Nobody intended legislatively that ever was supposed to go in a grocery store, but it happened to be that some of the other things that were done legislatively, there was a way of doing it because of the premises and how the licensing works. So this, in fact, closes that ability. It hasn't been amended. It was a rushed bill draft that we got out of the committee that I chair on the Senate side for the gaming task force. So it didn't have a chance to be really truly refined through the different players, but I can probably go over this in more detail if somebody would want to speak about it, like the reasons why it is the way it is. Basically, it's the bill draft that was presented unamended. Management Council didn't want to amend it. And those were the priorities that I had to try to do something during this interim to help you folks here in this gaming commission, and also the state of Wyoming, in trying to successfully move legislation that made a difference. Because as you know, there's been an abysmal failure record of anything that's been tried lately to change anything. So I tried my best to do this, and legislation is not perfect, but I think this was well worked and it's pretty solid. We just don't know what's going to happen, frankly, with the amount of bills that are going to happen during a budget session. But I would certainly, just to reiterate, local control is of paramount importance to me for a lot of reasons. But that's the one, I think, that if we're going to focus on one thing, that's the one I'd want over the finish line. But there's a long way to go. As we all know how this works, to get introduced in House or Senate, goes through the process, crosses houses, then goes in front of the governor. So this thing has a ways to go. But I think it's a good, solid piece of work, and would appreciate any input from the Gaming Commission on what you folks think about this, yay, nay, or questions. I guess I'm pretty well versed at this point of answering questions, so happy to answer questions, Mr. Chairman and members of this Gaming Commission. And I'll just leave it at that as a rundown legislatively of what just happened. If you want me to talk about something else, I'm sure I'll chatter on about that if you want me to. Leave it up to you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kolb, thank you very much. And I guess while we're right at it and asking our liaisons, Representative Davis, would you like to make any comments at this time?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would. A little bit on history here, I've been around this industry for 9 years in various positions, but our original intent of, when we introduced the legislative of the HHRs into the state of Wyoming was to develop a horse racing industry. And I think it's done quite well. Looking forward, where we're at and what the future could hold for the industry here in the state of Wyoming. Sports wagering comes to mind then. And that legislative intent, in my opinion, was to address something that was illegally occurring. in the state of Wyoming, and we're there to protect the wagerers. And so I think that's the reason why online sports wagering come in. And then we have the skill games. Back then, there was what the state of Wyoming would consider, we are inundated by little black boxes. And so we had to figure out what to do with these things. And so they roped them, tagged them, and legalized them. And now we have control of that industry. But those last two legislative actions were based on something that was occurring. The only one legislative action was with the HHRs was to promote development in Wyoming. And I think that part has done good. And as far as the good senator here, his hands have been full. I mean, my hat is off to him what he's just tackled. This has been something that the industry, the Gaming Commission, as far back as I can remember, has needed from the legislation, because the commission can only operate within the statute. What authority is there? And so I think with the work that the good senator has done here, maybe we will get a little bit better, clearer handle on what we're looking for here in the state of Wyoming going forth. So I'm excited for this legislation coming forth. And with that, if you got any questions, bet on Eugene's horse. I hear it's a winner.
Senator Colvin, Representative Davis, we thank you for your service on the legislature and the things you're doing to assist the Gaming Commission, and certainly for being here with us and helping us through all these processes. That being said, Director Laramendi, your time.
President Covello, the only last thing that I have for you all is we'll be in front of joint appropriations on January 6th at 1 p.m. for our initial budget hearings. Just put that on your radar. And that's all I have for the director's report, sir.
Okay, you want to move on to end of the year reports?
President Covello, starting on page 56, I'm sorry, 54 on your packet. These are our annual reports that we provide you all. Each fall meeting, page 1, it shows the OTB inspections. These numbers were as of about October 31st. So October 31st through the year, we completed 211 OTB inspections. We had 13 OTB complaints. These range from, machine malfunctions or patron disputes, things of that nature. All 13 of those have been resolved satisfactorily. Skill games, we've completed 3,331 terminal inspections throughout the state. Those are all physical terminal inspections. On the skill game side, so far in 2025, we've received 13 complaints or had 13 non-compliance issues. Those range from the lack of having the proper decals in place or movements of terminals without authorization, things of that nature. All of those now have also been resolved. The interesting one on page 56, if you look in 2025, gambling complaints, it's 100% increase over 2024. So we have investigated 21 individual, these are all Title VI violations. So these are illegal gambling operations that the commission is currently involved in investigations, or we have closed investigations on that. Page 56, the bottom of page 56 shows the Wyoming bred inspections to date. This number is actually inaccurate as well, but at the time of this report, we had already completed 489 physical inspections of mares and stallions throughout the state. The interesting thing, if you look at the very bottom from the 24-25 season, we went from 873 Wyoming bred participants to 1,033. So we've increased, we added just about 200 breeding stock to the Wyoming bred program in that year. This goes to show how much people are looking at the Wyoming bred program. We have horses coming from all over the country to stand in Wyoming and become a part of that program. Starting on page 57 is all of the live racing statistics for the year. We completed 3,071 barn inspections and searches. We were behind the gate monitoring the activities behind the gate 536 times. Same thing with the paddock, 536 times. We were doing jocks room searches and monitoring 268 times. We completed 220 person searches on jockeys for electronic devices, wands, pat downs, to ensure that they weren't carrying any nefarious parts, machines. We gave 620 PBTs. The great thing about those 620 PBTs this year, we had 0 positive results. So the bottom of page 60, it shows the positive substances in horses. This year we had quite the increase. Part of that is also due to the increased testing that we've done. We had 22 positive tests in horses that the stewards dealt with and adjudicated those cases. On page 61, it shows the horses euthanized due to racing. So this year in 2025, we had 6 breakdowns that were directly related to racing. Those 6 breakdowns, we had 4,731 starts. So it still puts us at the 1.2 deaths per 1,000 starts, which is about the national average. It's really exciting to see that with the increase in starts, we still maintained, I think we had about 400 more starts this last year, but we had only 1 additional breakdown this year. And Mr. President, that is the end of the annual compliance reports.
Thank you, Dr.
President Covello, item 12A is a new skill-based amusement game vendor. In your packet, starting on page 77, you'll see the confidential report. On the 17th of August, the commission received a completed application from Mr. Charlie Hensarling, seeking licensure to become a skill-based amusement game vendor. The name of the company is Wyoming Skill Vending LLC, which is a Wyoming registered LLC. Along with the completed application, we received the $2,500 application fee, the fingerprints and background questionnaires, and all of their required plans. Wyoming Skill Vending LLC plans on using previously approved vanilla games that have already gone through lab testing. The commission has all those lab reports on file. Upon receipt of the application, Ms. Haynes began review of the submission. She re-reviewed all of the lab reports from Eclipse compliance testing, verifying that there hadn't been any changes to the software. We also received 4 fingerprint cards for the principal owners, which is Mr. Charles Hensarling and David Fox. They were set to DCI for processing. We received the results of those back, and there were no criminal disqualifiers for holding this license. Ms. Haynes and myself reviewed all of the submitted plans that are required with the submission, and all of those also appear to be compliant against Wyoming statute and Gaming Commission rules. With that being said, staff would recommend approval of Wyoming Skill Vending LLC as a skill-based amusement game vendor.
All right, commissioners, before us, we have a request for approval of a vendor. Obviously, they've passed everything through our folks. What is your pleasure?
I move that we approve the vendor.
We have a motion on the floor to approve Wyoming Skills.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion amongst the commissioners? Discussion. Any discussion amongst the public? Any hands up online? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Wyoming Skill LLC has been approved. 12B.
President Covello, item 12B, skill-based amusement games industry updates. This is put on here just for the industry. If they have any comments or thoughts, would like to speak at all about the current status of skill games, this would be an opportunity for them to do that before we move to C.
We would welcome anyone that would like to speak.
There has. Good morning, Mr. President. Leslie George with Wyoming Amusement. On the status of skill games, I would like to note that they are working this bill forward for the containment of the grocery store problem. I hope that there is a plan to also target that same problem maybe here by rule, and then we'll figure out which one is the ultimate path. But if we could begin that process, what our industry, my Cowboy Skill Group, would be interested in is, we have language, I'll make sure to get it circulated, I don't have it on me, but that any games that are located in a grocery store, any packaged liquor location that has square footage that's beyond the confines of that age 21 restricted area, we would like the skill game rules to be written to force the location of the skill games to be in the 21 age restricted area, not out front of checker terminals, at the end of a grocery store aisle. So I hope that might be a direction we can head.
Very good.
I would
Thank
stand
you.
for any comments, questions.
Thank you for your comments today. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Catherine, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments that were just provided by Ms. George. I would just echo that and then add for any consideration to also look at doing emergency rules as well, concurrently with the regular APA process. So if that would be something that would be able to be considered, we'd be happy to work with the commission with that and happy to provide some language and work through the process. So thank you.
And thank you. That's certainly something we could maybe consider. We'll pass that on to Director Laramendi and maybe could do something at our next meeting and get something going, because obviously of concern to the wagering public and our legislators and much of our public. Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you,
Do
Mr.
we
Chairman.
have the authority to enact a rule regarding, do we have statutory authority or where we could go into rulemaking and deal with the supermarket situation and the package store situation?
President Cavello, Commissioner Bull. So that kind of, if you're ready to move into the staff recommendations and updates, that is something. So a little background on this, it was a couple of months ago, Kroger Foods had applied for skill games in locations that they hold liquor licenses. Under the current statute, one of the prerequisites in order to be eligible for skill games is to hold a liquor license. If you hold a liquor license and you fit the 4 criteria, you don't have any felony convictions for X, Y, or Z, the statute says that the commission shall issue a license. Our hands are a little bit tied in denying that license. Early on in those discussions with them, they were encouraged to place these games, within the retail liquor licensed store, not necessarily in the front of the store. Unfortunately, the way that the liquor licenses are issued, if you look at it, in fact, I know I had sent it all to you when this all started. The liquor license says that, the address at 123 Anywhere Street is the licensed location. So it is the entire building that holds that liquor license, not the portion where the alcohol is being sold. So when this was brought to our attention, I started working with Mr. Kaler and had him start looking through, our statutory authority to promulgate rules. We did promulgate rules, in 2023 that talks about the walls, the partitions around the games. And in discussing that with Mr. Kaler, we do feel that we have the authority to promulgate or to amend the rules that we currently have to maybe be more specific in regards to the walls, that if it's a non-age restricted location, so, a grocery store or a packaged liquor store, or even a diner, a diner with a liquor license, that those games will be placed inside an area that is, directed by the commission. So we can exactly tell them where the walls are going to be and where the games are going to be placed in order to ensure that, the persons under the age of 21 may not enter that location. So that is the recommendation from the staff. There's some other things, that I think when we go into the rules, these rules have now been in place for, 2.5 years. And there's been some things, you know, I think they've really worked well and they've covered a lot, but there's definitely some things that we should probably look at as far as some small changes when we open those up. So we will begin that. As far as the emergency part of it goes, yeah, I'll have to work with Mr. Kaler on that. I don't know if it raises to the level of an emergency, at least for a sign off on an emergency. Right now, we're currently talking about one location. You know, one location was found to be non-compliant. There's three locations that have them, but the other two we're doing everything right. They're operating within the law and they're operating within the current regulations. So we're talking one location that was maybe a little bit of the outside. And even since then, that operator has made leaps and bounds to changes to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future. We are currently in the final stages of what's it called? Assurance of voluntary compliance with them. So we've been working through that as well. But there is definitely some avenues that we feel that we can do with rural to, you know, we can't create a rule to deny the permit outright for a packaged liquor but we believe that we can put some rules in place that says you're going to put them where the commission is comfortable with you putting them.
Forward with that. Yeah, Vice President Ritholler.
Yes, I was just curious. There's only 3 in the state of Wyoming? Is there, or just 3 that are set up like this one was set up?
President Cavello, Vice President Ritholler. So there's 3 grocery stores that are licensed currently.
But there is some other places that are.
We have some other packaged
Yes,
liquor.
we have
Yeah,
them
it's
in our-
very limited. I mean, it's very few. I think total, I think we have 5 or 6 package only liquor stores or liquor locations that have skill games.
But
The
there,
rest of them are, you know, bar and grill type or bars.
or Quick Stop.
We do have some.
Yep. I like to refer to them as Stop and Robs. They're open 24 hours a day and they have one person
And then
in
in this,
there at night. And
and the thought
very
with,
dangerous.
that's correct. And the thought behind this potential rule changes, it would apply to those as well.
Okay,
So when you have a 7-Eleven
yes.
or a gas station that has a liquor license,
Yep.
they may not meet the criteria to be a truck stop or to be authorized to provide skill games as a truck stop. But if they have a liquor license,
Yes.
they're authorized under that. So this would also, you know, allow the commission to say, well, if you're going to have them in a gas station, they're going to be in this corner and it's going to have walls around it, you know, and
The
it's
ones I know about are walled up and have signs, but
correct.
there might not be somebody on duty at midnight to be watching everything. You know what I mean? They're shorthanded. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Culp.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly on this, I think it's always a wise course to run parallel ways of solving the problem, right? If you folks can do it, I don't believe you really, I think it's a bit gray. But by all means, you know, I think it's a great idea to try to do as much as you can through rulemaking. We need to ferret this out because it did come up as kind of a question. Is it possible? Well, you've already issued licenses to do this. So now it's kind of a different situation now than it would have been right from the beginning. I think legislatively, it's certainly at best a gray area, you know, because the premises and a lot of reasons why it's a gray area, but it's legislative issue. And I think that the real resolution is legislative action to give you clear authority to do what you need to do. Because right now it's a little murky. That's the reason why you issued the license, I assume, because it is murky. So my intent is to work with this gaming commission and so much legislatively that we come up with a solution that helps you. Right? I think that's the goal here. Want to help you do your job. And I will just say it again, it never was a legislative intent for these machines to be put in a grocery store. It was never supposed to be there. However, through I'll call it a factual statute, which is undeniable, you could make the argument they can go there. And because of that, I think there needs to be statutory clarification on where they can and can't go. And the big question is do we even want them in a place where it's a packaged liquor store beyond what we're talking about with Smith. So it's opened up a whole other issue here that it'll be worked out legislatively either like this year or maybe the next year, but that's what's going on now. And that's the reason for it. I don't believe, it's that clear. And I want to get some clarity to this. And beyond that, it's what in the heck they're doing in a packaged liquor store. I mean, really, what is the intent? You don't linger in there. You buy your alcohol and you leave. So why? But, that's probably a future amendment if it happens or doesn't happen. There's a number of different things that might happen. But currently it is an active bill. It's going to be introduced, hopefully, but it's an active bill from Management Council. I just wanted to add that, but I think it's a great idea. You do as much as you can here through rules, because there is a lot of things you can clearly do. You can change the height. You can say the machine shouldn't be turned on, during their inactive period. There's a lot of stuff you can do clearly. And I encourage you to do everything you can do, because you guys serve an important purpose and we need you. So, but thank you for my comment.
Thank you, Senator.
Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to point something out and thank you for those comments. One thing that I would like to request as you go forward legislatively is you look at the simple words. Nick had mentioned the shall. There's a big difference between shall and may. And when you use shall versus may, it does tie our hands and restricts us when we're looking at intent and those types of things as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wildcat. Director?
President Covello, just off this topic, if we could keep some of the conversations back there quiet. I've gotten some texts that people are having a hard time hearing what's going on up here. So if we can just make sure that we're quiet, I would appreciate it. Thank you. President Covello, that is all I have for the agency recommendations for skill games. I will start putting.
Okay, we've got a hand raised. So, Jonathan? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Downing on behalf of Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic. And did not mean to interrupt Executive Director there as far as if you want to finish his thought, I'm happy to offer some comments after that if you'd like.
No, he said he's good. Go ahead.
Okay. Back to the rulemaking process and our history with rulemaking. We do believe that within the existing statute, you have the ability as a commission to have some rulemaking in this area. Echo Senator Kolb's concerns as far as that we are going into a budget session. If bills get through or not through during a budget session, it's always a challenge with the time that's allowed. And so an affirmative action by the commission to be able to start the rulemaking process in this respect, I think would be helpful within that process as far as you have the ability to say where things can go. You also have the ability to say where things cannot go in general. And so just an echo of support. Our client obviously wants to be helpful and work with the commission, and we'd also be happy to coordinate with the rest of the industry as far as what that looks like moving forward.
Thank you, Jonathan, for those comments. We appreciate that. Anything else on this subject, Director Laramendi?
President Covello, so starting next week, I'll begin crafting some language in that, and then I'll get that out to the Rules Committee to review. And then we can start the process on looking at how this will go going forward. And we may be able to just add that, after I talk to Mr. Kaler more about the emergency rule part of it, if we can't do it that way, we can add that into our possibly proposed special meeting for some of these other rule changes and just
Fantastic.
put them all together.
Appreciate that. Let's move on to item 13. Oh, okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, Catherine. Your floor.
Mr. President, thank you for the I just want to make one quick clarification too. I think there are two issues that are being mixed here. There's the issuance of permits with the shall issue language versus location of terminals. So I just wanted to clarify that for the commission. I do think the commission, as Mr. Downing stated, does have the authority to put terminals where they are, and we were not discussing permits. So I just wanted to make that distinction. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Anything else? Anybody else online? Public? Item 13, Director Laramendi.
President Cavella, item number 13, specifically 13A, is a voluntary closure of the OTB location located in Thermopolis. In your packet, I believe it is page 97, you'll see a letter from legal counsel for Wyoming Downs just advising that they have voluntarily closed the Thermopolis location. That was effective October 17th. This was done due to market conditions, and it was also a permanent enclosure. So with this, I would recommend that the commission accept the voluntary closure of this, and then so we can remove this one off the books, that it is no longer a permitted location, if that makes sense.
All right.
I move that we accept the permanent closure of the Thermopolis location.
We have a motion to accept the permanent closure of the Thermopolis location. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Vice President Ritholder. Any discussion? Discussion amongst commissioners, discussion from the public. Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Very good. Moving on. 12B. Excuse me.
President Cabello,
13B.
sorry, are you ready?
You bet.
Item 13B is a request from Wyoming Downs for a new OTB location in Evanston, Wyoming, off of Allegiance Road. In your packet, you'll see the letter of the request, Uinta County Resolution 25-27, all of the rendered drawings of the proposed location, floor plans, an updated and amended simulcast permits, and also a third-party feasibility study. The site plan for this location shows that the location would house 600 HHR terminals. This would be a new build off of I-80 in Evanston. Resolution 2527 authorized Wyoming Downs to conduct pari-mutuel wagering on live horse racing, historic horse racing, and simulcast events at Allegiance Road in Uinta County. The resolution contains the following restrictions. No more than 600 machines may be located at the premises without prior county commission approval. The resolution is valid for 3 years, and they must submit for a renewal 60 days prior to the expiration. During any of the term, the county commissioner shall have the right to revoke this or any other subsequent resolution for the permittee only for good cause. Examples of good cause include, but are not limited to, a determination by the county commission that the operator has a history of gross violation of Wyoming statutes, the terms and conditions herein, the rules and regulations of the Wyoming Gaming Commission, or local ordinances. Suspension or revocation of a license by the Wyoming Gaming Commission, or based on the evidence before the county commissioners that the welfare of the people residing in the immediate vicinity of the permitted premises is in fact adversely and seriously affected by Wyoming Downs operation. Currently, the city of Evanston and Uinta County has 2 operational OTBs, 3 approved. One of them is under construction. The total terminals approved for Uinta County is 1,217. Currently, there's 123 operational terminals. You'll remember that Wyoming horse racing has a very large build going out on the Utah border as well that was approved for 1,000 terminals. That's set to be open next 3 months-ish, right around 3 months. This addition would bring the total approved terminals to 1,817. Excuse me. Uinta County has a population of 2,621 people. Roughly 14,000 of those people are being over the age of 18. The current statewide average terminal per person rate is 1 terminal for every 100 people. Uinta County's rate would be 1 terminal for every 8 people. It's obvious with this submission, you can see that these builds are not to target, Uinta County or Evanston residents. These are to target the Utah market. You can see also on page 106 in your packet, it shows the map of the locations. So the green locations are the existing approved locations, and the red little mark on that map is the location that is being proposed. This is, if you're familiar with Evanston, this is just below a hotel. There's a hotel right above that on the hillside. It's noted inside of the feasibility study that they estimate roughly a $824,000 tax benefit with the approval of this location. And with that being said, President Covello, I would stand for any questions on this submission.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Director Larramendi with regards to this submission?
So Nick, this is Troy. Thank you, President. I saw the letter from the mayor. Has there been communication from anyone from the county?
President Covello, Commissioner Broussard. So when we received this submission, we sent the notice out to all city and county officials and encouraging public comment, and I've received no further public comment on this location.
Either way.
Either way.
Go ahead.
The county approved the resolution, correct?
President Covello, Commissioner Bowl, that is correct. Yes.
It didn't. Yep. Sure we'll hear about it. So, only had input. So, I heard about it and ran into a commissioner at the grocery store. We talked a little bit about it, which is Evanston, you know, you can still do that. So anyway, those remarks are totally out of order. I am going to be quiet.
Any other questions, remarks? Yes, Commissioner Bowl.
I should let you talk about your new facility, but eventually I want you to address what's going to happen with the existing facility that's there.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the only question I have.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, President Covello. Tracy Laycock, I serve as General Counsel for Wyoming Downs and 307 Horse Racing. Today, here on behalf of Wyoming Downs, we're very excited about this project in response to the Spectrum study. Of course, this is where we are focusing our growth, which is bringing that out-of-state income into our state and then having them go home and hopefully using all the other amenities that Evanston has to offer while they're there. I'll answer Commissioner Bowles' question first with regard to the existing facility. We did get this question when we were going through the process. Right now, we're planning to keep it open. And the reason is that we have a very local following for that OTB. If you look at our simulcast revenue for live horse racing for Wyoming Downs, Evanston actually carries a significant portion of that simulcasting revenue and handle. So right now, the plan is to keep that place open. And of course, just like we assess the market conditions for Thermopolis, we're going to be watching that very closely as we open this facility. With respect to the letter that we received from the mayor, we actually did present at the city council. That was required to have the mayor write a letter, which we were glad to do. So we did present the project in front of the city council as well and received unanimous approval for that letter of support from the city. They're excited about the potential of 100 new jobs in their community. Of course, Wyoming Downs has a very strong relationship with the city of Evanston, given that our racetrack is there. And that symbiotic relationship and the border site is going to be really exciting. There are 600 terminals that are planned for this facility. One thing I did want to mention is we are currently under construction in Cheyenne. And so the plan will be to complete the Cheyenne border site and then move over to the Evanston border site. But as you can imagine, these big projects take a lot of ducks to get in a row before we can break ground. And so you're part of that path to getting us there. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Any additional questions from any commissioners?
Make a motion to approve the new OTB location in Evanston.
We have a motion to approve the new OTB location with 600 machines in Evanston. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Kura. Discussion amongst the commissioners. Public. Online. Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Item 14.
President Covello, item number 14, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC. It's their 2025 live race season report.
Good morning.
Morning, President Covello, members of the commission. My name is Sean Byrne. I'm the general manager of live racing, Wyoming Horse Racing, Sweetwater Downs.
Eugene Joyce, President, Sweetwater Downs.
So we'll give you the recap of our meet. It was very good. First, the numbers. Our all sources handle increased 99.06% at our meet. Our on-track handle increased 9.57%. Our on-track attendance was just north of 6,000. This year, we did let horsemen come in through the paddock entrance at no charge and bring their guests with them. We ran 168 races this year. That's against 161 last year, so an increase of 7 races. And we had 1 additional race that was declared a no contest. We averaged 8.077 starters per race, which is really a good number for us if you consider that we don't let more than 8 thoroughbreds run in a race, and 2-year-old quarter horses we limit to 8 as well. So to average over 8, our field size was really well. We had 64.88% of our races were quarter horses. We ran 109 quarter horse races. And we ran 35.12% thoroughbreds, so 59. Even if you remove the trials, we were probably 52-48 quarter horse to thoroughbred ratio. This year, we distributed over $2.5 million in purses. That includes added money. It was an increase of 40% from our 2024 number. So a lot of good things there. We ran 40 Wyoming bred quarter horse races this year and 4 Wyoming bred thoroughbred races. Our closing weekend, we gave away $459,000 in total purse money on our closing weekend Saturday, which included the Wabra Futurity, Derby, and Maturity. And we also had this season the largest purse for a race run here in the state of Wyoming on September 6th when we ran the $250,000 Sweetwater Downs Futurity, won by local Sheridan residents Bill Dones with Cowboy Cadillac. Just a footnote there, that event also attracted several of the best jockeys in the sport. And we also had horses participate that were bred in 12 different surrounding states. So we're on the map and people are noticing our racing. We had 1 breakdown on the track during the course of the meet. It was an upper tibia injury. We had a completely full barn area in the early portion of our meeting. Our company made a huge investment in our track at Sweetwater Downs this season. We spent over $450,000 in capital expenditures. This included upgrades to our starting gate, our horse ambulance, water trucks, starting gate trucks, paddock fencing and gate, paddock renovation. We purchased video and timing equipment. We added backstretch fencing and additional equipment we purchased from California. We also did an extensive renovation of our jockey's room, and we added an overhead water truck pump. So I'll give you some of the highlights now of the meet. We had wonderful weather. We didn't have 1 off track over our 18 days, which is just phenomenal. We had wonderful weather. I think we canceled 1 day of training on a Wednesday morning, so we were really lucky with the weather. We started off with a very good inspection with Joe Carr and Tom Sage of the ERMG folks, which we'll get to later. We made a number of changes during and after the visit to address specific safety areas. For example, we added Duralock rail at our horse entrance to protect, to give our horses a little protection from some telephone poles that were nearby. We discussed in detail with the inspectors changes made from 2024 to 2025. And we also provided them with the Sweetwater Downs Event Complex Emergency Operations Plan. And we developed our own Wyoming horse racing policy and procedures for live horse racing at our meet. We also forwarded photos of items that we addressed post-inspection. And one of the things I want to stress is we continue to build toward national standards, particularly as it relates to safety. We were very pleased with the changes we made to secure the barn area and the paddock area. Both were enclosed with fencing this year. We were able to monitor all the incoming and outgoing traffic, both horses and people, utilizing just one entrance to the barn area. So that worked out really well. We fully secured the area this year and felt really good about that. Our new paddock, if you didn't get a chance to see it this year, was very well received by our horsemen and by our racing fans. We also built a picnic area where fans could kind of watch the horses get saddled and go around in the walking ring. And there was a constant flow of people as we progressed through the meet, going from the paddock to the grandstand and back. So that was very encouraging. We began our meet on opening day with a ribbon cutting ceremony attended by the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. President Rick Lee and Eugene cut the ribbon along with county commissioners. We also had representatives of the Green River Chamber of Commerce come out during the meet, as well as the Sweetwater County Joint Travel and Tourism Board join us during the course of the meeting. So we reached out to a lot of our friends in the area and asked them to come out and see what we were doing. We built a winner's circle this year for the 2025 season. It was just inside the infield, a couple of yards short of our newly added finish line pole. So we made some major changes there. We also worked very closely with our horsemen's group, WABRA, throughout the course of the meet. One of the examples is we adjusted our workout times to reflect the needs of the horsemen. We had so many horses, we actually had to extend our workout time to allow them more time on the racetrack. We instituted several changes throughout the meet in the interest of safety, working with the stewards in the state in order to better protect our equine and human athletes. A couple of examples, we made a rule for the first turn and another rule regarding scratches on runbacks too quickly. We hosted a horseman's barbecue after the trials on September 14th, and we had over 300 plates served to our horsemen. We added a couple of extra races on closing weekend to provide additional opportunities for our horses to run. This season, we unveiled new house silks, caps, and saddle towels for the season. We got a very nice positive comments from our fans and also the horsemen. As I mentioned, we completely renovated the jockeys room. We added counters and cubbies, gave them a little bit more room and kind of gave them their own space in the jocks room. And then finally, we did feature the youngest track announcer in the country this year, 21-year-old Liam Maldonado was our track announcer this year. And I don't know if you got a chance to hear him, but through the course of the meet, you could see how he progressed and he's getting better. I don't know how long we'll keep him, but he's super talented. So that's all I have as far as the end of the meet. Eugene, you want to add anything?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. President, commissioners. We've been racing, Wyoming Horse Race been racing in Sweetwater County for 15 years. And I know that there's been some comments made at the legislative meetings about it only being a leased facility. But I'd like to remind people that the good citizens of Sweetwater County spent millions of dollars building that racetrack. And it was a wasting asset, had been mothballed for 19 years before we started racing there back in 2011. And over the years, we have invested millions of dollars upgrading that facility and, as Sean mentioned, bringing it up to national standards. And I'm professionally quite proud of our track record there and what we've been able to accomplish and all the innovations we've made to make it a safer environment for the horses. One of the things that Sean did mention was in our paddock and also in the bridle path going to the barns,
we have put down wood chips. And it might sound like nothing, but every now and then when you see a horse flip in a paddock, we've had horses in this state have to be euthanized in the paddock because flapping down onto the hard ground. And we had several horses this year, but all of them got up and walked away from it. And I think that's that extra little cushion. It might seem like a little thing, but little things add up to big things. I'd also like to, thank our horsemen's group and Dan Lee and George Spiva working closely with us. We have a really good working relationship, and we continue to try to make it our race meet better for all participants. And so it's something that we're going to continue forward. We've got some exciting news for our 2026 race meet, which I think we'll talk about on our next agenda item when we talk about our race dates. But I also want to thank Sean Byrne. He's been a great addition to the team, and his professionalism and dedication and eye to detail. You know me, I mean, I'm a big blue sky talker, but this guy, our track superintendent, labeled him an eye dotter. He's an eye dotter. He knows how to dot those I's. And it was because of him we have things like a winner's circle, a proper winner's circle, and we have a lot of increased safety features. So with that, Mr. President, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions from commissioners or the public? If not, Eugene and Sean, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead. Commissioner Schiffer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Byrne, Mr. Joyce, thank you for that report. Sounds like a great meet. And I don't want to detract from that, but I would like, if possible, because we had a complaint on this, the race that was a no contest, could someone either from the Gaming Commission or you all explain what happened and any plans you have to deal with that type of situation in the future? Thank you.
President Covello, Commissioner Schiffer, if I could address that. Yes, we had an incident in the first turn prior to putting a rule in place, and we talked it over with our stewards, and it was a thoroughbred race. The incident occurred in the first turn where a rider was unseated, and during those circumstances, because we have a small racetrack, it's possible that the horse could get turned around and come back towards the scene of the accident. And we put a policy in place after consultation with the stewards where if there was a rider down in the first turn, the race would automatically be declared a no contest. And the stewards were on board with that. We also put some additional procedures in place where our track superintendent, our starter, and also our track safety officer had air horns to notify riders on the racetrack that the race would be declared a no contest. We felt this was in the best interest of safety. We didn't want a situation where a horse got turned back around and we still had riders riding down the stretch with their heads down and having an oncoming horse. So we put that policy in place. In addition to that, we felt like the horsemen have to get their horses ready. So there is a cost of doing that, medication, et cetera. So we talked to Dan Lee and the WABRA folks, and we reimbursed each of the horses in that race $250 to cover their expenses for the no contest. It will be a rule that we put in our books next year. It will be in our condition book stating that if a rider goes down in the first turn, it will be declared a no contest. And we just feel like it's in the best interest of safety for everyone that we put this in place. You want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Mr. President, Commissioner Schiffer. So in a two-turn thoroughbred race, okay, if a rider or an accident happens in the second turn as they turn for home, they still have another 5 furlongs or 4 furlongs. They're going to be pulling up after the race. But in the first turn, because of its proximity to the finish line, the horses could meet head on. The other thing is when the rider is on the track, and the first incident, he was down and he was concussed. And now he's lying on the track and the ambulance is there. There's a loose horse going around. And in fact, the horse turned around and was coming back the other way. I mean, it's a recipe for disaster if you don't, handle it properly. And again, I will say this, I've never had the experience of that happening at a racetrack. I've run a lot of racetracks. Okay. But it was something new, something happened and we addressed it immediately. And so that race was not a no contest. Okay. The next race that was a no contest, there was a rider was down and there was some confusion because the rider bounced up and went to the outside rail. And we had all agreed beforehand it would be a no contest and hit the horn. Only one person, my trackman, hit the horn. A couple riders heard it pulled up. But the other riders were kind of confused. And again, that loose horse was coming back around. So we avoided disaster in 2 of those circumstances. But going forward, everybody's on board, the horsemen, the stewards, that this is the right course of action. And the decision needs to be made immediately. In fact, we're talking about trying to put up in the steward stand basically a big button they can just hit to set off a siren to let everybody know it's a no contest. With that, Mr. President and Commissioner Schiffer, I hope that answers any questions you might have.
I would also, if I could for a moment, President Cavella, I would also add that we had discussions with our jockeys in the room as we instituted this rule. And I think it got everybody's attention in the room because if it's no contest, obviously they don't get paid. And the idea being is they need to watch themselves out on the racetrack. They need to hold their lanes. They need to be talking to one another and they need to be respectful of each other out on the racetrack. So I think that's part of it as well.
Mr. Schiffer, do you have any follow-up? Are you good?
No, but I really thank you for that explanation. I think we needed to get that out in the air and well done, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay. You're that person that has hand raised out there. I'm gonna let you have the floor. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We touched on this at the last commission meeting. I wasn't a participant. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. My name is Melanie, and we're new to the Wyoming bred program. This is basically our second year of having thoroughbred brood mares here. We are bringing 4 thoroughbred stallions to the program this year. We're pretty excited about that. My concern is the lack of thoroughbred Wyoming bred races. And I just heard that there was only 4 of such races held at Sweetwater Downs last year. And I'm just asked while they're here on the floor if they have plans to do anything differently next year moving forward.
President Cavallo, we under statute have to have a Wyoming bred race in the book every day for both quarter herds and thoroughbred. So those are in the book. We try to hustle them to fill them. If they don't go, obviously they don't go. But we do have one in the book every day. And we do also write extras to try and fill Wyoming bred races. I don't think it's inconsistent with what has happened at the other tracks in the state. We'd like to fill those races, but and if they have 6 starters and they're in the book, we let them go.
Go ahead, Eugene. Mr. President, what I also add is that to my knowledge, and Brandy might have a better knowledge of this, but let's just look at 2-year-old Wyoming bred thoroughbreds this year. to my knowledge, there was only 9 that ever made it to the racetrack this year. And so it's a question of numbers. As the Wyoming bred thoroughbred population grows, we will have more races. It's not because we're not trying to fill those races. Most thoroughbreds, and again, I've owned Wyoming bred thoroughbreds for the last 5 years. Okay. This is the first year I ever got to run with a straight Wyoming bred field. You know, I've run my horses in open company, sometimes against older horses, but it is starting to grow. There are people coming in. You know, the caller is not the only person, but, you know, I know for a fact that, you know, Corey Johnson's in the audience, and between him and myself, we have 14 foals on the ground there in Evanston. And so it will grow over time, and we will address that. And just for the record, we write our book 50% thoroughbred, 50% quarter horses. Okay, but there's just not enough, you know, thoroughbreds to fill that. And one of the big problems we have, and we're working closely with WABRA on this. In fact, this next year, we're adjusting our condition book, our stake schedule, to try to address the problem of the numerous Wyoming bred quarter horses that feel that they don't get enough opportunity to run because there's so many of them, and we can only run so many. So it's the opposite problem there. Hopefully, this will all balance out. And I tell you know, all the horse owners, whoever you may be, and I follow this, is you need to have quarter horses and thoroughbreds in your stable. That's why you're going to give up on half the purse money by not having a quarter horse, because, you know, or not having a thoroughbred. And so that's reality. But it's something that we talk to our horsemen's group all the time about, and it's a number one complaint: horses not being able to get in. This problem is just there's not enough horses yet, but it's starting to build, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for the question. Yes, could you state your name again for the record?
My name is Melanie Peterson, Solitude Thoroughbreds.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Eugene and Sean, thank you very much.
Break.
What do we do?
I'm gonna take a break.
Waiting, we have a technical difficulty right now.
Let's take a break.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna take a 10-minute break while we work on this. Some of the guys got some things they need to do. We'll be right back.
Letters. Letters. You were just getting.
on inspection. We're at the live application. All right, we're going to start back up from the break. We are on item 15A2, live event application.
President Cavello, item 15A2 is a request from Wyoming Downs seeking approval for a live event permit for calendar years 2026, 2027, and 2028. Beginning on page 327 in your packet, you'll see that the requested race dates for calendar year 2026 are July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, July 10th, 11th, and 12th, July 17th, 18th, and 19th, July 24th, 25th, 26th, July 31st, August 1st, 2nd, August 7th, and 8th. And also you will see in the letter that I sent you all just a couple of days ago that after some renegotiations with the Wyoming HPPA, they're requesting the addition of 2 Thursdays. And that is on,
2nd and July 23rd.
thank you, July 2nd and July 23rd. So that would give Wyoming Downs requested race dates would be 20 days. You'll also see in the packet that we're only looking at dates for calendar year 2026. We're not looking at dates for 2027 and 2028 at this time. You know, I know that there's been a few times in the past where we've done a 3-year permit. We've tried to plan out the dates for those years. And I think ever since I've been here, we've had to come back and revisit those dates because something has come up or something has changed. So just to be efficient, it seems to just do, you know, 1 year's worth of dates. The permit is still good for 3 years or would be good for 3 years, but we're only looking at the 2026 race dates. Continuing on with their live event permit, they're going to be doing quarter horse, paints, thoroughbreds, and all breeds, just as they do currently. They're estimating $2.1 million in purses this coming year for Wyoming Downs. I do not believe that includes added money.
If I may.
Please.
President Cavello, Tracy Laycock, Wyoming Downs General Counsel. It does not. And also that number will increase pursuant to the recent renegotiation with the Wyoming HPPA by 5%.
Thank you.
President Cavello, continuing on in the packet, if you'll go through, it's 327, 328, and 329. Also, there is the proposed stake schedule on page 330. Page 331 shows the offerings, the wagering offerings, which is the standard, win, play, show, daily double, exacta, perfecta, quinella, trifecta, twin trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and pick N. And that sums it up for the live event permit. We will do these all individually. Wyoming Downs has three different permits. It'll be their live event, their simulcast and HHR, and then their ADW permit. So this is just for the live event permit.
Okay, commissioners, we are considering item 15A2, live event permits. Application has been set for. Tracy, do you have anything else you'd like to address at this point with regards to the live event permit?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to get the discussion started.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve. Do I hear a second? I have a second from Commissioner Wildcat. Any discussion? Commissioner Bowl?
Does Wyoming Downs have an issue with water? I received a memo indicating that it takes a certain amount of water to put on these races. And that if you don't have adequate water, it creates a safety issue. And we're doing more races at Wyoming Downs. And so I think you need to address whether or not, where does your water come from? Why have we come up short in the past if we have? And what's going to prevent that in the future?
Sure. President Cavello, through you to Commissioner Bull. We do not have a water issue. We have raced 20 days in the past. We actually, was it for 3 years, ran 20 days? Is that right? So this is not the first time we've raced 20 days.
You've got the 20 days here and then the days you're gonna do under the Gillette Evanston proposal. So we're doing a lot more days at Wyoming Downs. So that's not in dispute. So what I want to know is where you get your water and are there legitimate concerns that there's a water shortage? Because that is a safety issue.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bowl. Yeah, you're right. We do have a water issue, but it only happens at the end of our race meet when we get into August. And the reason for that, and I'll answer your question, sir, is that we get our water from a canal that loses water at that time of the year. We have plenty of water. It's just that at the end of the irrigation season, we get low. We currently have 2 water wells, fairly big water wells on the property. We can use those for watering the track during the week if we have to, but we cannot use those on race day and have a full grandstand of people and have bathrooms working. So we over the years have worked it out pretty well where we can use the water from the irrigation ditch. When it gets low, we can pump water from the infield lake, which we have done the last 2 seasons on the closing weekend, which is sufficient. We couldn't have run another week doing that, but we were good going that way. And we had a backup plan to that as well, Commissioner. We made a deal with the city of Bear River to use their water at their fire hydrant, and we rigged up the apparatus that it would take to fill a water truck there for the last weekend of racing at Wyoming Downs this year, just in case we needed it. So we have 4 sources that we can use, and we most certainly wouldn't try to run without adequate water. So Frank, do you still have that deal with the city of Bear River for water for this coming year? Yes, they're very cooperative with us, and we actually did that at a moment's notice this year when we saw that we could be running into a problem last weekend.
Yeah, because we're talking, if these dates are approved, we're talking a lot more races in Evanston. You know, not 1 or 2 more races, a lot more. So that concerns me if we were coming up short with the existing races, and I know you've done a few more than 20, but we're doing a lot more than 20. So we need to have the ducks in order to provide water for those races. And I know Bear River gets their water. They have a source of water. Hopefully you've got something in place that you can access that. You don't have a direct pipe from the Bear River system?
Mr. President, Commissioner Bowl, I was just, that was the next thing on our list is we have talked with the mayor of Bear River about doing just that, about hooking into their system.
Yeah.
And my last discussion with him, we kind of got into more detail on it. There needs to be you can't just run water to it. It's got to run through it. It can't go there and stop. So yeah, it's got to be a continuous circle. And so we've identified where we can do that on the west side of the property where the fire station is. We can come under the highway there, and then we can go out on the northeast corner, which goes to the town of Bear River that has water there. So we'd have two ways of going through. So those discussions are ongoing. I think that needs to happen. And actually that discussion started a year ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. So Frank, the additional dates that could possibly happen, if the others are approved from 307 happen in the early part of the season when the irrigation ditch is full. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that irrigation, if I'm familiar with how it does in our part of the country, the diversions are run, that the ditches stay full and there's adequate water without question all those days until they begin to tail down at the end of the irrigation system. And that's when you run into problems. And so that's when you have the additional sources available. Is that correct?
Mr. President, that is correct.
Thank you. Anything else? Commissioner Schiffer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. So have a few questions of Wyoming Downs. I noticed in the ERMG report that they found a lot of problems with the maintenance of the stalls. And your last year's condition book stated that in order to get those stalls repaired, the horsemen had to make a written request to the racing office, and they might supply some boards to fix those issues inside the stalls that their horses are in. So that's a questionable policy to me. I would like you all to address the reasoning for that and state why if you are going to continue that policy for this next year's meet. Thank you.
President Cavallo, Wyatt and Wyoming Downs, to Commissioner Schiffer. The policy that we have in place currently at Wyoming Downs is if a horse were to kick out a stall board, I have a maintenance team. You tell us, we immediately come in with that maintenance team and replace the stall board. That is our #1 priority for that maintenance team in the morning hours, just so that if a horse has to be displaced from a stall, they're not out of that stall for hopefully very long. Depending on how many boards they kicked out, usually it's just one. But that is the current policy. You go to if you can't find the maintenance guys because they might be on manure, you go to the stable gate security, let them know, they go check it. Our security will call maintenance. They come, they replace the board. There are a few owners, trainers that they don't want our team to do it, and we allow them to replace the boards themselves. We do inspect that they've done it properly. That way, say they put a bolt in that we wouldn't have used and there's a bolt sticking out, we can make sure that the bolt gets cut so that, we don't have horses getting cut up in stalls. And effectively, that worked out really well for us. I thought here at Wyoming Downs, we had a safe barn area. Hopefully that answers your question, Commissioner Schiffer.
Commissioner Schiffer, do you have any follow-up?
Yes, I do. So is there any reason why you don't put in the condition book who these people are to contact and phone numbers or whatever, so that the general group of trainers knows what's going on, aside from the ones who seem to be aware of this policy?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schiffer, Frank Lamb. Yeah, the policy that was in the condition book last year was an old policy, Commissioner, and from the previous owners. And so we basically started new last year, even though that's what it said in the condition book. And we started new with the policy that Mr. Dickerson just outlined, which one thing that he didn't mention is that he and his crew have been busy since the closing of the race meet, going through all of the stalls, all of the barns, putting in the wood where it needed it, dirt where it needed it, and when the race meet opens next year, the stalls will be in better condition than they've been in years, I'm sure. So it's something we're very aware of. We took the report very seriously about it, and it's an ongoing thing, Commissioner. It's, as you know, it's a maintenance issue. We just keep doing it. We've got 4 new barns going up, 5 new barns, excuse me, going up as we speak. And we're pretty excited about having that barn area in good shape for next season.
Right, that sounds great, Mr. Lamb, and I think that's a good way to go. If I might keep continuing with some of the areas I'd like to discuss with you. Wyoming Downs has a obligation pursuant to statute and regulations to at all times maintain your event surface in good condition. And I'm going to know you're going to say that's true. So how much do you budget to maintain the track surface?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schiffer, I'm trying to think in my head as I'm talking as to what that number would be. We as far as budget goes, we've gone over it quite a bit in the last year or so. As you know, we spent a considerable amount of money buying 21 pieces of racetrack equipment last May, and it has been a tremendous help to us and to our track race. We've brought in a track crew, Steve Wood, that is just phenomenal and was very familiar with the equipment. As far as material, I can tell you that we spend anywhere from $50,000 to $80,000 on sand alone every season, because sand wears out, and we have to keep adding to it to maintain it the way it is. And so if you put all of that together, I could reasonably say that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 a year.
If I can add, President Covello, Commissioner Schiffer, Kyle Ridgway, President Wyoming Downs and 307 Horse Racing. Right now, we're spending over $1 million annually on maintenance and capital improvements at the track. We did quite a bit more than that last year when you count the several $1 million worth of equipment that was purchased for the 2 tracks. But just on an annual basis, it's well over $1 million. How that's allocated, I'd have to go grab the budgets. But between, as Mr. Lamb said, the barns that are getting built, the grandstand improvements, the IT improvements, the speaker improvements, the track improvements, the rail, the maintenance on the existing barns, we're spending well over 6 figures over 7 figures in capital and maintenance on the track, not inclusive of purses, overhead, et cetera. That's just maintenance and capital.
Okay. Well, I'm really asking you just about the racetrack, because you're asking your horsemen to contribute this next year something like $415,000 in track maintenance expenses. Is that correct?
If I may, President Covello, Commissioner Schiffer. So that agreement is part of a good faith negotiation with the Wyoming HPBA, which we do have them here present today. We actually have a new agreement for 2026 that we just finished negotiating. And an area that the Wyoming HPBA has brought to our attention is to ensure that part of the revenue that's coming from HHR is going to the track and capital improvements. It's very important to increase the level of racing and ensure we have enough barns and all of those items. But I will tell you that, as Mr. Ridgway said, we spend significantly more than that every year. And that really is attributable to the new ownership and the new joint venture and the focus on making Wyoming Downs just really a world-class track.
President Cavello, if I
Go
could
ahead.
add.
Go ahead.
307 also historically has reached similar agreements with WABRA where we allocated or reduced in amendments to the horsemen's agreements, you know, from 0.4 to 0.36 or 0.35 or whatever. But I think that's been common for all the tracks in Wyoming to, that the horsemen that you have a contract with have some buy-in in allowing you to use some of the money to engage in capital improvements and maintenance. I know we had agreements like that at 307 with WABRA, where they shared in some of the costs for certain things, like expanding stall access or things like that.
Well, folks, I disagree with your interpretation based on the letter that I received from Ms. Laycock. What the regulations say is you have an agreement for allocation of purse money. You don't have an agreement. There's nothing in the regulations that stipulate that they should return some of that purse money for an obligation that you have by regulation. So I have a little problem with you all giving money and taking it back, giving money with one hand and taking it back with the other, because you're depriving these horsemen who have independent expenses and are trying to make a living of $415,000 in purses a year. And I'm not hearing any accounting to them or us or anyone else of how you're using that money that really is their money, and you're discharging your obligation by demanding a rebate in order for them to be able to run at your track. So I'd like you all to comment on why you think you can change the regulations to hold these horsemen hostage. Thank you.
President Cavello, if I may, Mr. Schiffer, with all due respect, no one's being held hostage. These are good faith negotiations that we had 70 horsemen show up to the last meeting. There is really a turnaround at Wyoming Downs in the investment and the participation of our horsemen's group. Respectfully, I disagree with Mr. Schiffer's interpretation of the law. I guarantee you that all of our horsemen agreements include more than just purse allocation, which is the only thing that is required by the rule. And that is because we are in a relationship with the horsemen to ensure that we have a successful meet. And, a good lawyer makes sure that things are spelled out, and that helps both parties, right? Because when we go into the season, everybody knows this is what's happening. These are the expectations. And when we don't have that level of certainty in the agreement, and I have been through several of these horsemen's agreements that haven't had that level of specificity, and we have more disagreements with our horsemen's group than we do today. So, we came back to the table this year to negotiate, and what you will see when you have that contract is that we actually got rid of one of the areas that we had negotiated previously to spend part of that money. What you should look at the contract is that we have a percentage of our handle that is dedicated to the track and purse fund. And what the horsemen have done is they have taken that number and they have taken a percentage of it and said, this is what we want for purses. And I can tell you that increased this year. That was part of the negotiation. We have that there's 2 additional race days. That's not in the statute. We're paying an administration fee this year. That's not in the statute or the rule. Just because parties elect to do more in their agreement and negotiations does not mean it runs afoul of the rule or the statute.
Well, Ms. Laycock, I think we have to, as regulators, we have to follow the regulations that are in place. And my reading of Chapter 10, Section 3, subsection 7 says that you are to allocate purse money. Okay, you're not to, there's no anything in the regulations which address horsemen contributing to track maintenance. They are to receive the purse money. That's what the regulations state. So nobody has seen this contract which you say that everybody's entered into. So we can't really opine on what that says. I've seen the old agreement. I'm in great doubt whether anyone has ever seen an accounting of either of those funds that you all have been taking in the past. So that's problematical from the first point. But I think your contract is potentially invalid under the regulations. I'm hopeful that the attorney on behalf of the Racing Commission will address this issue, but I have real big problems with what's going on as you're treating the horsemen who we are required to protect. Thank you.
Do you want to respond, Bill? Mr. Kaler, do you have any comments with regards to the statements by Mr. Schiffer? Commissioner Schiffer?
Mr. President, generally, we don't go into legal advice in the middle of the meeting. I mean, if the commission does want to go into executive session, surely I can kind of go through it. But it's probably not a good idea to go into a legal analysis in the full meeting.
Okay, very good. You have anything else, Mr. Commissioner Schiffer?
I mean, that's fine with me. Only my comment is until we see the agreement, one, and until we have an legal opinion, two, on what the issues that I'm raising are legal or not, I think it should be very difficult for these commissioners to approve this license application. And, until those things happen, we should look askance at what's going on over there. Thank you.
If I may,
Certainly.
we're happy to work with the commission. We work very hard. I work very hard on these agreements. And I always think it's best when the parties have the freedom to contract to what they see fit for their best needs. And truly, if the legal opinion of the Attorney General is that our agreement is in violation, we will certainly amend that. But as lawyers do, Mr. Schiffer knows, we just are respectfully disagreeing with each other, and we do believe that our horseman's agreement is valid. I did want to just comment that we were kind of running up to today's meeting. We have an agreement on a contract that's been seen by both parties. And the HPPA needs to have their board meeting to approve the contract, which is the proper way for that to occur. So they will notice a meeting with the HPPA that people can attend to ensure we have the proper input. So I would expect to have that agreement to you next week sometime. Next Thursday.
Thank you.
President Cabello, just, and I'm not an attorney, but I just want to point something out. The way that the rule is written, it says that the agreement shall include provisions allocating a percentage of the takeout to purses on the live flat track races run by the permittee. It doesn't say that the agreement shall only do an allocation for purses. I mean, so, to their point, they can negotiate all sorts of different things. The one thing that is required under rule is that there is that allocation of that purse money, but it doesn't say that that's the only thing that they can do. And the way, when you read through the rule, it says that, they have to ensure that that money that has been set aside for purses is not used for operational expenses. So if it's an 80-20 or a 85-15 split, as long as that 85% is in a segregated account and it's not used for operational expenses, it doesn't appear that that's a violation of the rule.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Director Laramendi. Anyone else? Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add on to this conversation to Commissioner Schiffer's question, that's come up. This question has come up, and the ambiguity that goes into a percentage and this, what does that mean? And for horse racing, this has come up as a topic. As why is it not set as a certain floor percentage? And why is it just open thing that's negotiated? Is that really in the best interest of live horse racing? So I just wanted to share that with the commission, that this topic is alive, and the question's going to be, I think, worked through. We're not there yet, but it's come up as like, what are we doing here? Because you negotiate separate contracts. I mean, it just seems like it has to be looked into a little bit more than it currently is. So there's definitely, at least on my perspective, intent to look into this and to really ferret it out to find out what's really fair for the live horse racing industry. Just to add to the question about what we're talking about here in this and what the facts are, right? And you guys have rules, and that it just seems like we've got a potential issue here, and I think it has to be looked at, fairly. And certainly with this commission, I'd like to hear input on what your thoughts are and on all the participants that are involved with this, so we're fair and we grow the horse racing industry. That's my perspective on it. So thank you for the chance to comment.
Mr. Ridgway.
President Covello, on accounting, we accrue purses monthly on our balance sheet. I mean, it's in the financials. So that's where it's tracked. Second, to just talk about this horseman thing for a minute, because this may come up later too. Like the way the statute reads is you have a good faith negotiations with the horseman's group. That's what the statute currently says. There are different models for this in different states, but right now the commission's obligation is to follow the statute that the legislature passed, which says good faith negotiation. If the legislature changes the statute later and adds minimums or does other things, then that's fine. But the policy decision, you heard that yesterday from one of the educational folks about, the relationship between the regulators and the policymakers, right? Your policymakers are the legislature, and you can make some policy through regulation as long as it's been delegated to you by the legislature. So what you have with horsemen is people talk about horsemen. It's like when we talk about the American people, like it's this monolithic thing. You have a group of people over here called WABRA. You have a group of people over here called the HBPA. They're both viable, legitimate horsemen's groups that are here in person. You have other people like Dan LaPierre was in here earlier. You heard this Melanie earlier that has a perspective on horsemen. And so the framework that the state of Wyoming has set up in the existing legislation is the operators work with a group of horsemen, and you have some rules and regulations around what that is. What we run into is those groups are the channel based on the contractual relationships, and that's what you're looking at here. Is there a valid contractual relationship? Is a horseman agreement valid, right? And Wyoming Downs' relationship with the HBPA has been approved for years, and we just went through a significant negotiation where we added race days and we added purse money. And I know there was a situation with Wyoming horse racing a couple of years ago in 307 where we were both in our renewals with WABRA, and the negotiations were ongoing at this meeting, and the licenses were granted as a matter of precedent. But I do think it's important to recognize that when people talk about horsemen, the horsemen have a variety of different interests. There's quarter horse owners, there's thoroughbred owners, there's Wyoming owners. With where Wyoming is, there's now national owners that want to come out here and run for these purses. And it's very difficult to balance all of those things as an operator, right? Because you're never going to make all these horsemen happy
100% of the horsemen, whatever that is, because each one's got its own interest, right? And so where I have trouble with the discussion about horsemen particularly is we pretend like they all have the same interests, and that's not the case. And that's why the statute requires a good faith negotiation, because they're not all going to want the same thing. Some want more quarter horse races, some want more thoroughbred races, and this is going to be a thing that goes on going forward. And there are legitimate, viable groups that you can negotiate with at this point in time in Wyoming, which is great. And I have my own personal opinions about whether you need to set a floor or a ceiling on purses. But right now, all the purses are pretty close to matching what the Breeders' Award is. They're all in that ballpark. So that's just the take a step back and think about what we're doing and what's required to be here, because the current motion has to do with our license. And we're happy to engage in discussion. This is something that happens in Kentucky all the time. There are lots of different horsemen's groups in Kentucky. This is a very politically sensitive thing. We're learning locally from the ECL folks who have worked in Kentucky for decades with these horsemen's groups to try to balance these interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ridgway. I'm curious, from many of the horsemen's groups that are here today, do they have a point of view that they'd like to express with regards to this subject?
President Cabello, if I may, part of we'll call it the reorganization of the Wyoming HBPA. I was able to speak to some of those members last night, and they actually have now subcommittees established inside the Wyoming HBPA, and one of them is a negotiations committee. So, I know in past there was questions about how the group was negotiating or who was negotiating for this group. It appears that this reorganization of the Wyoming HBPA, I saw a binder, should probably hold it up. There's 150 members of this horsemen's group that are engaged. So.
Thank you. Any more comment? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. We are in discussion phase. I will call for the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion does carry. All right, we're going to move on to 13A3.
President Cavello, item 13A3 will begin on page 333 of your packet. This is the simulcast and historic horse racing permit for Wyoming Downs, beginning January 1, 2026, continuing through 2028. You will see the cover, the very first page, 333. I'm sure you'll recall back in September meeting, we had some discussion about the approved number of terminals versus the active number of terminals. And what we had done was we went back and we looked through all of the approved locations. And then we kind of settled on a percentage of the approved operating numbers. And we kind of settled on 80%. So this breakdown for Wyoming Downs shows any location that Wyoming Downs is not operating at least an 80% capacity of what they were approved for. I do have to make a couple of corrections on this. So if you look at the Sheridan location, that actually can come off of there. Sheridan is operating at 100 out of the 105, so they're well in excess of the 80%. So that one can be completely removed. And also the Rock Springs 2 location, as we start making our way through the simulcast permit, you'll see that location is they're not even seeking approval for that location. That was the one that was approved a couple of years ago that hasn't been built, and they've omitted that from the application. So after today, that location will no longer exist as an approved location. So that'll be zeroed. So I did just want to point out, Wyoming Downs was given this document, so they if you all have any questions about these numbers for these locations, they can answer. There is a couple of them that are glaringly obvious. The Cheyenne border site that's operating at 0. Well, that's because it's under construction. But I just wanted to make sure that you all had the full picture. So President Covello, if you'd like to do or have Wyoming Downs address this before we move into the simulcast application, because that may dictate how that has to look moving forward.
Let's do that.
Perfect.
The floor is yours.
Well, I can do it. I just don't have it in front of me right now. If you can help me, Tracy. I think I know some of them off the top of my head, but that might be dangerous. Laramie. President Covello, Powell Ridgeway. The Laramie Wyoming Downs location, that's a leased property. I think we have 30 machines in there. If we don't really have the ability to go to add stuff to that property. It's a leased property that's in pretty rough shape. So what I would say is, for the record, at this meeting, we have turned in 2 locations. The second Rock Springs that no action was taken on, and the Thermopolis one. So we would like to make sure we get a year to monitor some of these. Laramie is a market that has changed substantially in the last 12 months. The Wyoming Downs property in January of 2025 was the only operating OTB. Since that time, 307 opened a property, and then the Horse Palace opened a property in the fall. And so the Horse Palace property opened in September. So it's pretty new. And what I would say is we are evaluating that market as we go along. But there's not a real meaningful opportunity for Laramie, given the status of that property, to do a whole lot to it, given the situation with the lease. Mills, we're at 70%. That's the Beacon property. Terminals will likely be added to that property this year.
Doing the renovation.
Evanston Downs will be expanded in the first quarter and will be at more like 100 terminals. Gillette Westover, we just closed on Monday for remodel, and it will reopen hopefully in the first quarter with 89, 90 terminals, which puts it closer. Gillette 59, we may be adding some terminals in the next week or 2 to pick up the traffic, which would get us there. Rock Springs, we will be adding terminals to this year. Sheridan's off. Galloway's is probably going to stay how it is. It's at 70%, and there's not a meaningful opportunity because we co-locate with that bowling alley and bar in that property. There's not a lot of space available for us to add more in that property. Wilkins will get more terminals this year in 26 to get to the number. And then the Cheyenne border is under construction, and we turned in Rock Springs. Okay.
And we also turned in the Senators.
Oh yeah, I forgot we've closed 3 because we transferred the Senators location to the border site.
Commissioners, any questions with regards to this report?
Mr. President?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Do you lease or own your terminals?
It's a mix.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else?
President Covello, if I may, Kyle, could you tell me one more time the plans with Laramie and Casper? I was a little confused.
Okay, so Laramie.
Galloway's.
Oh, with Galloway's?
Galloway's and Laramie.
Galloway's, there's not space for us to add many to that location. So we have an expansion we want to do at another property in the Casper area, the Evansville property. It did not make it on this meeting. And so what we may need to do with Galloway's, depending on how this board views the terminal addition we want to expand smoking in Evansville is we may need to slide terminals from one of the Casper properties to that property. Because we're in Evansville, we're at close to 100% and it's like 60 and we want to have 90 in that property after a remodel. So if it's not this board's pleasure to approve those, then we would try to relocate permitted terminals from an existing property to that one, and Galloway's would be a candidate for that. And then Laramie, we don't intend to add any more terminals to the Downs in the near future. We are going to monitor what's happening in that market now that there's 3 properties and there were just 1. So we need, 6 to 9 months to really understand what's going to happen with that market and what strategy we need to have between the Downs and the 307 property for that market. It's just too early for us to say what we'll do. I know what we don't intend to do is to add additional terminals to that Laramie Downs in the near term.
Thank you. I think maybe for some further explanation, this report was put together by staff just to give us an idea what is that 80%. That's not actually a goal or anything, but really rather, I guess, a bar that we put to see anything below that, so we'd have a feeling for where they're at. There's no absolute must be or anything like that, but certainly to give our commissioners and folks an idea of where you're going in the future, where numbers are. The public and the legislature is more and more concerned about what these numbers are and what they're about and what we're doing with them. And we're trying to be as educated as we can about each one of the locations and what's happening. And so our staff has provided that and asked you to help fill us in a little bit further. So that's kind of where we're headed with that.
I'll add something real quick, President Cavellis. I know there's been a lot of discussion, or at least insinuation, that existing operators are pumping the numbers of what they're approved for to just hold spots or something. I mean, that doesn't make a ton of sense because there hasn't been a current legislative effort to analyze the caps. We've just been talking about saturation. I mean, I know that cap bill just came out, but my understanding is it didn't make it through management council. So what the reality is it takes power to have these machines at some of these locations, right? In Torrington, we had to work for like a year with the power company to buy an additional transformer. That takes time. So what you're trying to do when you're getting your permit is give yourself enough room to grow at many of these locations for what you think will happen in the market. And we don't disagree that the board shouldn't be looking at that on an ongoing basis, but that's some of the reason why you'd start lower and then you'd grow into it. Is it may require construction, it may require a power upgrade, it may require an expansion of the building or taking out a wall to add the additional terminals. And so that's, industry standard to grow into what you're permitted for.
Thank you, Mr. Ridgway. Any other questions or comments with regards to this? Okay.
President Cavello, so as we start moving through the simulcast application now, just keep in mind those, specifically Galloway's and Laramie. It'll be up to you all if you decide you want to approve it at the level that it was previously approved, or if you think that we should reduce that approval count number. Historically, when the commission's been given a request for terminal additions, is if the market supports it, I don't think, well, since I've been here, I don't think I've ever seen one denied. So nothing would say that if you were to reduce it today, for example, Laramie, and then the market changed and they were able to justify that they needed, those terminals back in Laramie, that they couldn't submit that to you all for your consideration. So if you intend, or if any commissioner would like to reduce the number for a specific location, we'll want to pull that one out separately and do an approval on that one individually instead of it being in the full packet.
So very much like a consent agenda. If you want to pull any of these out here and consider them separately, now's the time to say.
But I'm not sure I want to reduce the Laramie. But I think we ought to pull it out and have a specific discussion on that.
Okay.
So my motion would be,
Well, I don't think we need to. I think at this point we'll pull that one.
okay. And so, Nick, if we were to reduce the number, what number would the staff suggest we reduce it to?
President Cavello, Commissioner Bowl, in looking at it and trying to keep it in that 80th percentile, like I said, President Cavello is right. That was just kind of a benchmark that we just started looking at. But if you reduce that from 71 to 40, that still gives, it's in that 80th percentile. It gives them 8 terminals. If they need to move or change the structure, I think that would be a safe number.
So react to that suggestion, okay? Give me your thoughts on that, please.
On Laramie, going to 80% is our max. Oh, I don't have an issue with that.
Actually, the number of 40.
Right.
That's works. Okay.
You could live with that?
Yeah. I mean, because we don't have an intention to do a lot at that property at the current time, and we'd come back and ask if we needed to, but
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that.
Any other properties you want to talk about?
So I'd make a motion that on the simulcast application for the Laramie location, the numbers be reduced to what, 40? Is that what we?
40 approved.
Yes, I'd make that motion, see if anybody wants to second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? Okay, we have a second. We have a motion and a second to reduce the Laramie location to 40 approved terminals. Discussion. Commissioners, your thoughts?
Mr. President,
Commissioner Kerr.
my thought is, and maybe the Representative Davis or Senator Cole can address this, how much discussion have you guys heard or have you had with the rest of your constituents on setting a top to the number of terminals in the state, period? Have you had any?
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had quite a bit.
So what would happen in that case?
Well, there's a bit of an issue here because of the people that, it varies across operators across the state who has how many licenses issued, either pending or, set aside. The problem is that to be fair for all and not to be losing, I think, in court, with a taking because you've treated people differently. We have to treat everybody fairly in the state of Wyoming. So to do that, we basically had to up the amount of terminals. I mean, and therein lies the problem. That's why that draft bill died and didn't get sponsored by. And there was another problem with that, to be honest. The other problem was they would monetize the said licenses, and they would be able to be sold. Which I mean, we haven't even spoken about this, but it would be like, I'll just say it, like a mini liquor license that was transferable, which in essence be in my mind, a terrible idea because it would cause other problems. So it didn't go anywhere because the intent was to limit it, but when you got down and worked through the details, it expanded it. So and that was the end result of that said exercise in trying to figure out how to limit terminals. So it didn't go anywhere, and those were the reasons that really were the stumbling blocks. There were parts of that bill draft that I think are good, but unfortunately on whole, it had too many issues and didn't go anywhere. So that's a bit of the background, but if you want any more specific questions about it, I'm happy to try to do my best to field those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
If I may.
Certainly, go ahead.
I also would just like to note, and we mentioned this in our presentation, but particularly Wyoming Downs has closed locations. That's unprecedented. That has never happened. And that's the market working. That's the market recalibrating and doing what it's supposed to do in a free market system. And so everybody always talks about expansion, but we've had a unique thing happen this year, particularly with Wyoming Downs, which is that we have closed locations. So I think that's also something to consider when you're talking about what percentage we're at for terminals.
Okay, we currently have a motion on the floor with a second, and we're in that discussion.
That is it approving the simulcast license with the amendment or the change to Laramie?
It's strictly for Laramie.
So we're only doing Laramie.
We're only doing Laramie right now. Yes, go ahead, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems to me that
you know, what they're saying or their presentation, or at least what I'm getting out of it, is that they're voluntarily at these specific areas here, you know, due to market conditions. And if we come in and remove the number of machines, then we're dabbling, in my opinion, in their business plan here. So I think a more voluntary, which that's what I'm seeing here coming up, volunteer the restrictions or what they're doing with their, you know, just being more open with the commission seems to give better latitude and keeps us out of their business. And that's just my take on this.
Mhm. I might add, though, that they are agreeing to this 40 as seeing that's what works for them right now with the option come back. And so I don't know, I guess from my point of view, I think we're trying to look at this with our ear to the ground, understanding that people are concerned about the numbers out there. And so we're looking at them and seeing if there is a chance to reduce them or what we should do. So whether that's here or there, who knows? Go ahead, Senator Kolb, and then Representative Davis.
Yeah, thank you for the chance to follow up. Just to be a little clearer about it, what came up during the conversation was the licenses in there. I guess the ones that were, not used. And for good reason, you're putting a business together, you have a business plan, you haven't built your said property. The issue came up was this, is how long does that exist for? In other words, is it in perpetuity? Do you get to keep these so-called, licenses on hold for 20 years? Or is there a time frame to it, say a year or 2 years, or whatever reasonable construction might be? That kind of came out of the conversation, just to share that with the commission. That was really part of the issue is just how long do you keep these licenses for before you utilize them? Come back and reapply, let's just say. And that was a lot of the conversation, I think, that started off all this idea of why we have all these licenses out here, because we're getting a lot of pushback from, my associates in the legislative body, like, what the heck is going on? Got all these unused licenses. So it's caused a lot of questions. But to that line of thought, just how long do we let these licenses get approved for before they're actually utilized? That, I think, from my point of view, was one of the big questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we talking licenses or machines? I mean, the licenses for the facility, the machine, are they individually licensed too? I guess my question is, do you pay the commission for each machine that's in operation, or just each machine that's in inventory?
I don't believe, President Covello, Representative Davis, I don't think we pay a fee per terminal. I think it's per property. And to make a distinction between Laramie and the second Rock Springs property, so we just put the issues out there the same ways. It's the Rock Springs #2 property was a property that had a license on it for a number of years where no activity was taken. And there was 100 machines there. That sort of category is different than the category of you have a property that you've operated, like Laramie. It had 70 machines it was permitted for, or 80, and it's only got 30. And to me, those categories are different because one of them is an actual license that you're not using. The other is you're not using the license to the fullest extent, like a retail liquor license where you just have a restaurant and not a packaged liquor or something like that. So those are kind of different categories, in my opinion. But to directly answer the question, we pay based on properties, not based on terminals.
Yes, go ahead, Vice President Rithaler.
Well, I tell you what, I think we could spend all day on this situation, just my opinion. I never learned how to swim, but it sounds like muddy water. A lot of the angst came from, well, they're going to tie up when the legislature is finally passed to put a cap on it, everybody's going to have them tied up. And so that's really the big gorilla. And I've always asked this question, who's makes this call. Is this a regulatory or is this a piece of legislation? And I really am of the feeling it will be the economy that will stop this. And we just heard when you close down different positions or different places, undoubtedly they weren't working or you wouldn't have closed them down. So I guess we can talk forever, but I do like the idea that if you have a license and you don't use it anyplace, that probably should be readdressed. That's a different story than how many machines you have in an area. And but I think the biggest fear was that there would be a cap put on it, and so-and-so's got them all tied up and never used them. So I think that's kind of, we can talk all day long, but I think there's someplace along the line, the number of machines, if you can afford to have them, you won't have them if you don't use them. You won't. So anyway, so that's kind of my opinion. And I think this is not the time or place to decide what do you want to call saturation today. I think we're going to have the Wyoming legislature kind of address that. And then there will be a problem. But so that would be, if I didn't muddy the water, I sure plan to.
Mr. Ridgway.
President Covello, through you, Commissioner Rithaler, I would just disagree with you slightly in that you heard during the educational sessions that you need a well-regulated market. And so there's this stuff about free market and the economy fixes it, but this industry requires regulation. Commissioner Wildcats talked about that over the last 4 or 5 years with her experience. And so there is some obligation from the commission to have these discussions. That's why we have to provide the studies we provide, that the market can bear them, because there are externalities that happen when you oversaturate. I mean, yeah, the market fixes it, but there's consequences why the market fixes it. And so, I mean, we're willing to be good partners with the commission in analyzing some of these things and being above board about, what we're trying to use and in demonstrating what we've done over the last, 2 years. We're trying to, be appropriate and encourage a well-regulated market. But I do think the commission has some level of statutory role in analyzing saturation in these decisions that it makes. Because if the commission, as I think I've said before, doesn't do that analysis, then you end up with a free-for-all. And there are a number of scenarios where Wyoming could end up in a free-for-all, which is not what's great for this market.
Thank you, Mr. Ridgway. Absolutely.
I'm going to vote against this only because I think it's the wrong way to reduce the machines. I would rather you come and ask us to reduce the machines. That's personally my opinion. The second part of this is I don't know enough about how many machines you need to make that decision right now. So I'm going to vote no, only because I don't like the precedents that we're setting.
Anyone else? Commissioner Wildcat.
Mr. President, I actually know a little bit about what this is we're looking at it needs to be a well-rounded process. And I do agree with you, Troy, that the precedents that we are setting, even though I did second it, I wanted to get into the discussion as well. It is our obligation to look at these numbers, but to pre-plan to ensure that there's effective regulation. If we have so many numbers out there we're not utilizing, we cannot pre-plan, we cannot look at the budget. But we also have to have some allowances and give the vendors and the operators some allowances as well. And that was one of the reasons why I asked the question about the leasing versus the ownership, is because you cannot have a machine on your property and lease because you're paying for that. So you're going to be approved for that, and you've got to be ready to go at a moment's notice to be able to put that on the floor. And then I also asked Nick about the numbers active. Are those active on the floor? Or are they active behind the scenes? So there's a lot of other things that are going on behind the scenes that we have to look at. So yes, I do agree with Troy that maybe we should walk back and look at it and maybe put a different process to it. So.
Anyone else? All right, we're going to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, which is to approve Laramie at a reduced number of 40, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion is defeated. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the simulcast and historic application. Do you want to consider the application as a whole now?
Yes.
So
I'd like to make a motion to approve the simulcast license as presented.
do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second to approve, the simulcast application as presented. Any further discussion? We might have it all done, but if there's anything else, let's get it out. From the public, online. Hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and
President
vote.
Covello,
Yes.
just real quick, just to make sure that it's clear, the second Rock Springs location has been omitted.
Yes.
So with this vote, that location will cease to exist and be approved.
And
Yes.
that's from them. They.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on to A4.
President Covello, item 15A4, this is Wyoming Downs ADW permit application for the calendar year 2026. This begins on page 314. It's 314, 315, and 316. This essentially is just a renewal from the longstanding ADW permit that Wyoming Downs has held to offer advanced deposit wagering in the state of Wyoming. In reviewing the application, there was no red flags or anything that were raised, and staff would recommend approval of their ADW permit.
Okay, commissioners, with regards to the ADW permit. About a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the ADW permit as submitted.
For 2026. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? Second. We have a second. We're at the discussion phase. Is there any discussion with regards to this ADW permit for 2026?
Mr. President, just one quick question.
Commissioner Wildcat, all yours.
Nick, if you could update me on any geofencing of the companies that are affiliated with this motion.
If I actually can address our for our permit. Right?
Go ahead.
Okay. President Covello, Tracy Laycock, Commissioner Wildcat. Our tow is now able to geolocate. That was a requirement that was presented after last year's meeting. Our developers went back to the drawing board, and we now are able to completely geolocate and geofence. So, for example, there is no allowance on tribal lands, and then other locations that might be prohibited. Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure that's what she wanted to hear.
President Covello, and I'll expand
Go
upon
ahead.
that even further, that it's not just Wyoming Downs, it is now every operational ADW in the state of Wyoming. All of them have complied with our request to employ geofencing technology. So tribal land is completely barred from any sort of ADW simulcasting, as well as the seven counties, as well as the 7 counties that have not legalized parimutuel wagering in those counties.
Thank you, Director Laramendi. So we do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Any discussion from the public? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. That does it for 15A. We'll move on to 15B.
President Covello, item 15B1 is the 307 Horse Racing's annual safety inspection overview. Again, this is included in your packet, so you can peruse through this at your leisure. Based on the kind of the way that this next request is being placed, I'm really going to forego going over anything specific to this track currently until we move through and you know, we'll continue to work with 307 Horse Racing where needed for track, anything at the track up in Gillette, if that makes sense. President Covello, so moving to 15A2, or I'm sorry, not 15, 15B2. 15B2 is the requested race dates from 307 Horse Racing. 307 Horse Racing has requested a split meet. So they would be, or they're requesting to run May 23rd, 24th, and 25th, May 29th, 30th, and 31st at the Camplex in Gillette, Wyoming. The remainder of 307's race dates would be moved to Evanston, and they would run June 5th, 6th, 7th, June 12th, 13th, 14th, June 19th, 20th, and 21st, and then June 26th, 27th, and 28th in Evanston. President Cavello, if it's your pleasure, I'd just open it up to 307 so they can explain kind of their thoughts behind this submission.
Yeah, this is a good time for that. I'm sure a lot of people have questions or we'd like some explanation about why you're going to two different venues for your races. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Cavello. Kyle Ridgway, 307 Horse Racing in Wyoming Downs. As you guys know, we had a 5-year relationship with the Camplex at 307, and we had exercised our option to renew that under the existing contract prior to licensing last year, with an expectation that the renewal would be the same deal, which is what we thought the contract provided. And the Camplex respectfully disagreed. So that resulted in a protracted negotiation with the Camplex. We now have a new contract with the Camplex, but aspects of that contract in certain respects make it cost prohibitive to run the full 16 days at that meet. We got the sense in the conversations we had with them that their preference was to have some more flexibility for the use of the facility. They didn't like that we had the right to use it for fully 3 months. And so now that we have this relationship with Wyoming Downs, we thought it was a good time to move the meet down there, given the investments that are being made at that track, number one. Number two, the attendance in Gillette and the traction we've wanted to get with that as an event. It's been a great race meet. But the attendance has been lacking despite, a lot of the marketing efforts and a lot of Jack's efforts to do a lot of fun things at that meet, from rodeo events to the dog races to all these other things to drive traffic. When you look at the opportunity in Evanston to have attendees come and the simulcast activity that occurs in Evanston, you guys can see that at the live track. I mean, it's just worlds apart from the other tracks. And so there's an opportunity for 307 to bring that attendance into Wyoming, right? So at Wyoming Downs, your attendance numbers are, 1,500 on a bad day and 2,000 to 2,500 on a good day. Well, why wouldn't we want more opportunities to have attendance and spectators and people from Utah coming over and giving people in Wyoming money to watch the races? It was our perspective that to test that out this year and expand the amount of time that Wyoming Downs has races made sense, because we have a better opportunity to expose that meet nationally and regionally at that track because of the attendance, because of some of the built-in things we have with the people that are used to coming over from Salt Lake to watch that meet. And it gives us an opportunity for the two meets to complement each other and have expanded time there. In contemplating this, we did speak to our horsemen's group, WABRA, who we have a contract with. They did not terminate their horsemen's agreement. We did not receive an official objection or anything like that. We gave them a heads up about that well in advance. And as far as we are aware, they are generally supportive of it. There's obviously, smaller issues with splitting the meet, but we do have precedents for having split meets. And depending on how that goes in 2027, we may make different decisions about how we handle that meet generally. But we also still wanted to give, some opportunity for there to be racing in Gillette for the horsemen and the people that are up in that part of the state to not have to be in Evanston the whole time. But generally speaking, that's the background. I mean, we think it's a huge benefit to the horsemen and to the state of Wyoming to expand the amount of time that races are run in Evanston. It's a track that's owned. It's a track that's receiving significant capital investment. And you run into issues the more and more money you put into a lease. And, you know, with some of the stall expansion that we did in Gillette, it was probably going to require some significant investment from us to get those newer stalls that are used for rodeos to accommodate racehorses properly. And the way these meets have grown, it made more sense to try to expand the season at Wyoming Downs.
Jack, Gillette was kind of your baby. How's it feel? How's this, what's your slant on this?
President Covello, yeah, as Kyle Ridgway had mentioned, you know, we did have this discussion with our horsemen's group. There was no direct objection. And in total, we're here to do what's best for the industry at large. And I think Kyle did a great job outlining our reasons behind the move in moving a portion of the meet to Evanston. So yeah, I am from Gillette. I think Gillette's a great facility. We're still going to continue to have great races in Gillette, but we are excited to see how this merger of race states into Wyoming Downs also unfolds in a positive way.
Commissioner Schiffer, I see you have your hand raised. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I find it very disappointing that the public has not embraced the races at Gillette, and what I think you all put on a, you know, really super show, and you worked hard to have a good, safe track and support the horsemen. So, you know, I understand what you're doing. There's some logistic issues here that, you know, I think we need to discuss in regards to the moving horses around, stabling for horses and that kind of thing. You know, one of the questions I would have, if you give stalls to a horseman during the 307 meet, are those individuals going to have to reapply come the Wyoming Downs meet? Is there any thought of the operator providing transportation for horses and workers between the two tracks during your abbreviated meet in Gillette, and how you feel the Wyoming breeders, Wyoming runners are going to be benefited by this, because we all know that no matter how much is bet on the races, that really has no bearing on the purses here. So if you could address some of the, how you see this is going to unfold and be successful. Thank you.
Mr. Ridgway.
President Covello, Commissioner Schiffer, I would start by saying I appreciate your expression of disappointment with the support for what's been done in Gillette. I'm trying to be very careful about what I'm saying in a public setting about my personal feelings about the way that negotiation went. Because as many of you know, I've been watching Jack build that from the very, very first year, and the blood, sweat, and tears from him and his family that went into putting that on. And it was very disappointing to go through this contractual renegotiation and not see the reciprocation and appreciation for what Jack tried to do for the community that he's from. I'm sorry, but to actually answer your question, Commissioner Schiffer, we intend to work with all horsemen in good faith. Our current agreement with WABRA hasn't been amended. We intend to honor that. We'll obviously work with horsemen that make requests through our horsemen's group to make this work as smoothly as possible. We think we've talked to Nick about some synergies to make sure there's enough training opportunities and that we can do some things at Wyoming Downs to get works in from out-of-state horses. We're still developing a lot of those logistics plans, but we intend to be good partners with the commission and our horsemen to try to make this as worthwhile as possible and as easy as possible. It's never going to be perfect, but we also are excited for the opportunity for WABRA to actually be a horseman's group down in Evanston for the first time. And as I talked about earlier, like there's lots of different horsemen with lots of different relationships, but this is the first time that WABRA is actually going to, I mean, that contract and that 307 race, they're the horsemen's group in Evanston for those dates. So it'll be interesting to have all these different horsemen's groups down there working together, which we think is a real positive. And a positive for the racing industry generally. And so sometimes, you know, when you're trying to do something for the group as a whole, it makes things difficult in other places, but that's called making difficult decisions. You know, you can't make everybody happy as much as we try to in Wyoming, and it's difficult when this is a small state and everybody knows everybody, that there's a different ethic to that. And we expect that people try to be good neighbors and we try to help everybody a little bit, but sometimes when you're trying to do this the right way for the bigger picture, it's tough to make these kinds of decisions. That's the answer I can give you as best as I can right now.
Anyone else? Any questions?
Mr. President,
Commissioner Bowe.
does it still make economic sense? You're going to have to still do, you're still going to have to get that independent report, you know, safety report. You're going to have to make some fixes to the railing because it seems like our railings take a beating every year. You're going to have to fix the surface conditions of the track and all that other stuff that they mentioned for a 6-day race thing. Does it still make sense to do that? And then it's got to be done on the Evanston track too, but are we still making economic sense to make that kind of economic investment and then race only 6 days?
President Covello, Commissioner Bull, the reason we have this set up this way is because it makes economic sense to us. And we'll consider it in 2027 as we evaluate how this goes. You know, we still wanted to try to do something in Gillette as best as we could. We didn't want to try to just walk away from that community entirely and kind of see how the relationship develops and how easy it is to put that meet on and what the relationship's like with the Camplex staff when we do that this year. And we wanted to keep kind of our options open. I mean, contractually, we can continue to run in Gillette for the next 5 years. We have that. And so this is kind of a test because the economic sense helps us in that there is substantially more revenue when you run in Evanston from the attendance, from the simulcasting that can offset some of those costs. And, you know, the costs of staying longer in Gillette are up significantly. So it makes economic sense for us as an operator to do this, which is why we've proposed it.
President Covello, just to make sure, Commissioner Bull, the safety inspections are actually shouldered by the commission. So that's a cost, that's our cost. Correct.
There, and then they do a great job of finding every little thing needs to be fixed. And I don't know what the cost of dealing with all that is, but it cannot be insignificant. So, but you're aware of that. You factored it in. I think we need to defer to your judgment on that. So I'm going to vote for this motion for the approving these race dates, Mr. Do we have a motion on the?
We do not.
Well, I will make the motion then. See if we can move this along. I'll make the motion that we approve the license for 307 horse racing through award for 2026 and approve their 2026 race dates.
We have a motion on the floor for the 2026.
I'll second it.
Motion in a second. All right, commissioners, any further discussion? Public? Any discussion from the public? Horsemen's groups, anybody? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Now on to the simulcast.
B3.
President Cabello, item 15B3. This is just a simulcast update. 307 horse racing is permitted simulcast and HHR operations through calendar year 2026. In your packet on page 446 is the same breakdown for them that you had seen for Wyoming Downs. This shows, I think it's 5 locations that are under that 80% threshold. Just for your information, and I'll let 307 give you updates on their simulcasting operations.
You're good. No.
Let me see, President Cabello, Kyle Ridgway. Gillette and Sheridan, I'm not going to talk about. They're close. Rollins will get some more terminals. We expanded that property with construction in 2024. And so it's just adding them as we go. Torrington, we just got approval in September for the additional terminals. I think it was September anyway. So that's going to take some time, but that'll come. And Green River, I think, is going to be open in Q1 with 100 terminals. So I don't have specific color unless you guys have questions, because this
is informational only.
Straightforward.
Actually, no action items to be taken. But we do appreciate those updates because we're going to try to keep our thumb on what's going on. Any comments or questions from the commission or the public with regards to that? Okay, thank you for the update. Are we done with 307?
I believe so, President Cabello.
Thank you.
I think we do one.
Let's keep working. Look, do at least one more. Wyoming horse racing, you're up. We're on to 15C1.
Man, look at this handsome group.
President Cabello, item 15C1, it's Wyoming Horse Racing's annual safety report. Excuse me, again, won't go through it page by page, just to highlight a couple of things that just for your attention. Page 388 talks about the recommendation to add an additional barrier or tarp to the primary ambulance, primary horse ambulance, not person ambulance, but just bring that up. I think that's a fairly easy thing to do. On page 393, at the top of page 393, it says that ERMGA observed several locations where the rail was compromised, ranged from dense, sharp edges, plastic, gaps were not set. All of these, President Fellow, give me 1 second here, because I'm, for some reason, looks like I'm on the wrong report. But for the last one that I just said, just so you know, they were fixed before they started. So, well, let me get to the right page. Okay, looks like we're going to start on page 523. So some of these recommendations, the first recommendation that we highlighted was just the gate leading to the testing area, for it to be a little bit widened. Wyoming Horse Racing put some substantial capital into fencing around the entire perimeter of Wyoming Horse Racing's event area, securing that. So this would just kind of go to widen that gap a little bit. ERMG also recommend portable extensions be added to the inside rail when running races from the chute. Again, these are just kind of the simple ones. We've compiled all of these in the spreadsheet just to make it easier to follow. That spreadsheet will again be, shared with Wyoming Horse Racing. Wyoming Horse Racing made some tremendous changes in policies and procedures based on the spreadsheet that was given to them last year. So we'll continue to work with them on this new report and recommendations as well. I would stand for any questions on this. Again, this is kind of for you to peruse at your own leisure.
Regards to the track inspection, you guys want to add anything? All good?
A little worried when you said go to page 523, that is longer than James.
He gets graded on his weight.
Good. We don't need to take any action. Just an overview, correct?
That is correct. President Cavello, so we'll move to item 15C2, which is the request from Wyoming Horse Racing for their 2026 calendar race dates. Wyoming Horse Racing has requested the following dates for calendar year 2026: August 15th, 16th, August 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, August 28th, 29th, and 30th, September 5th and 6th, September 11th, 12th, and 13th, September 19th and 20th, September 25th, 26th, and 27th, for a total of 18 live race dates. Included in your packet on page 573 is a letter from Mr. Joyce regarding the deleting the September 4th that was originally approved. This goes back to the approving race dates 3 years before the date even comes. These changes happen. That's why we're kind of trying to move to doing, race dates 1 year at a time. But I would stand for any questions on their race dates. Again, these race dates coincide with what we've run historically in the past, so no issues there.
Commissioners, any questions with regards to the proposed race dates? Any discussion? This is an action item. I would look.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion to approve the race dates. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Anybody with hands up online? In the public? Eugene.
Mr. President, just an explanation about moving that date. Labor Day weekend, we get a lot of competition from Elko, Blackwood Fair at the same time. So we just thought it was better to position that Friday at the end of the week when we have a lot of horses that are trying to get that one last out before we get out of Dodge. So, but this is all, part of the overall conversation we had with Wabra and the horsemen about trying to get them a racing opportunity. I should note that for 2026, we are going to 10 races a day, which will add at least 18 races to our schedule, which is almost like 2 full days. We've also rearranged our state schedule. check, check. I feel like Freddie Mercury with the short stick here. So you don't want me to start from the top, do you? No. Commissioner Bowles shaking his head. So anyway, we're really excited. I mean, I think you know, when we started 15 years ago, where we are right now, and I was just talking to Brandy about it at the break, it's just really something else. And I think one of the things as we move forward with the legislature and their oversight and your oversight is we got to do a better job of communicating what the metrics are for success in our business. And I don't think we talk enough about all the things, the greater field size, increased handle, increased purses, increased breed incentive money. And it's working. I mean, we're updating a economic impact study we did back in 2022 when they said the economic impact of our industry on this state was 150 million. I'm not an economist, but I think it's probably going to be way north of 200 million when we recalculate it. We should have that early January for the commission and also for the legislature to look at that. So anyway, onward and upward. We're excited about 2026, and we respectfully ask you to approve the change in race dates as we move forward.
All right, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries on C2. Let's move on to C3.
President Cavillo, C3 is just an update simulcast operations from Wyoming Horse Racing. They are also permitted through calendar year 2026 for simulcast and HHR operations. Page 575 is the same breakdown of terminals at the 80% mark, just for informational purposes. And if it raises any questions for you all, again, there's two very obvious, actually three very obvious ones for this one. Swan Ranch is still, you know, phase one of its project and has future plans. Evanston is not quite open yet, not quite complete. It's coming online in about 3 months. And Gillette's not open yet either. I'd stand for any questions. If not, they can take it from here.
Any questions for Director Larramendi with regards to the report? If not, we'll kick it over to you guys. You have you want to add anything to it?
Thank you, President Cavillo and commissioners. Yeah, we thought this is a healthy process and discussion to have, and honestly, think it's fair to have on a regular basis. I think you should know what the plans are for the units. And as we've talked about in the past, you know, some of the timelines are more challenging than others because of the size of the facilities. And I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I'd like to just kind of walk through the list and give you our view on where we stand with these. In terms of the Laramie location, we opened it in September, less than 2 months ago. We're still candidly trying to get our feet underneath that location and think there is potential room to grow. I think after being open for 6 months, we'd probably have a fair way to look at the unused units, to be candid. But today, I think we'd like to obviously preserve all of them to allow us to figure out how to maximize our operation in that location. Green River, we're actually moving locations. If you remember, you approved a site change earlier this year, and that project is actually scheduled for renovation, and our target to open is in March. It's a much bigger facility. We will use all 84 units. The county is aware of that change and approved the 84 units, as you know, as did the city. So our belief is that this will come off the list and really won't be an issue. Rock Springs is a bit more of a challenge. We thought we could fit 100 units in the existing facility. We can't. We've talked to the landlord there, and for them to expand the facility is a pretty sizable capital investment, so we're not quite sure where that's going to go. This is probably the one location that I don't know that we have a lot of confidence that we'll get to 100, to be candid. So this one is certainly worth revisiting at the appropriate time as you all deem fit. In terms of Gillette, I'm skipping over Swan Ranch and Evanston just for a moment, but the Gillette property is actually under construction. It's a new build, and that also is scheduled to open in March, and we're going to be opening with 100 units. So again, we're pretty confident that's not going to be an issue, and that'll come off the list. In terms of the two border properties, I'd like to just take a minute and give you an update on where we are and what our plans are, because I think that's important to note, and that'll explain a bit of the disparity. And I think as Executive Director Laramendi indicated, some of these numbers are not 100% accurate. In Swan, I think we're a little bit over 325 active, certainly not a huge change. But the approach we've taken with the Swan Ranch property is we built the property to be expanded after the initial opening. As you guys all know, the place has been a roaring success. It's achieved its goal, bringing huge tourism dollars across the border. Over 75% of our business comes from Nebraska and Colorado, and our aim is to continue to increase that percentage as we go. So it's a huge positive for us. And just as a rough estimate, I think I have the number here, roughly about $4.75 million in taxes this year are going to be coming from out-of-state visitors in terms of our overall tax contribution. So that's kind of cool to see that play out as we thought it would. So what does it mean for Swan as we think ahead? We've submitted plans to the city of Laramie. We're waiting for the permits to actually start on an expansion in that facility. It's something we call a bump out, basically. And that's probably going to carry us through the summer when we'll be opening that part of the project. Behind that, there's a second bump out that we're also planning that will probably start next fall or thereabouts. And the goal is, again, to continue to eat into the approved units and do it in a measured way based on demand. And our longer term view for that property is this can't just be about gaming. You know, we have a steakhouse there. We have some limited entertainment. We have another Dunkin' Donuts. And we have always don't forget Dunkin', and a number of other non-gaming amenities. With the bump out, we're actually creating a bit of a small dipping our toe in the meeting space area. And we're going to be able to use that multi-function space for a comedy club and a number of other things that we're going to try to see how that works. But we've also engaged and hired a design firm that's currently designing a hotel for Swan. That's a bit of a longer term project. I know it's not HHR, but just in terms of the perspective, our view is for that location to be successful, we have to add non-gaming amenities. It can't just be, the machines. We have to give people a lot of reasons to come to that property. And we want to attract the customers from Colorado, candidly, that are going to Blackhawk and staying overnight that would prefer the shorter drive to come up to us, but there's really limited places to stay. We've established relationships with local hotels and we feed people into them, and that's great, but we'd much prefer to have our own facility on site. The other thing that we've been leveraging is both Laramie County and the city of Cheyenne, who have talked to us many, many times about the need for meeting space. So as part of the hotel design, we're also will be building and designing a meeting space facility as well, a convention center, a small one, in the same facility. So that at that point, our view is then we can expand the gaming facility even further and potentially get up to the 1,000 units. As you can imagine, all of that's going to take years. And I think to Senator Culp's comment earlier about how long do you keep these unused units out there? And my view is as long as we can show good faith effort and we're making progress and you can see dirt being moved in the ground, things like that, that seems to be, the commitment from us to be able to exploit or ultimately use all of those units. So Swan's got a great trajectory. It's more of a master plan, which is what we originally had planned for that property. But we're really excited about the success we've seen and the goals we've achieved about bringing outside tourism dollars. So really, really happy with that project and where we're headed.
excuse me, in terms of the Evanston border property, as you heard, we're really under construction, getting down to the last strokes here. We think we'll be open in February of 2026. We're going to be opening with, I'll say, approximately 300 units. The building is built to take a little bit more, but our view is, again, it's untested. This theory about tourism dollars from Utah, we obviously are gratified to see the success from Colorado, but it's totally different part of the state, totally different market. We think we're going to see that kind of success. And, we're willing to continue to spend and invest in that property. But that property, much like Swan, has been designed to grow as we go. So I would expect that next year at this time, we will have been open for 6-7 months. We're probably going to be talking about an expansion in Evanston to continue that property's growth. So again, I know it looks horrible to see a 0 and 1,036 units, but there really is a plan. And the first phase of that plan is about to come true here. And once we prove the thesis that we do believe we can incentivize Utah customers coming across the border, we can compare that activity to what we saw at Swan. And once we get the confidence, then we can start talking about expanding that property. So that's, I guess, the best way to explain the projects on the list. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from any of the commissioners with regards to the list and progress being made therein? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it's 5 minutes till noon. You want to continue to go forward, or you want to take a break and have lunch?
I need a break.
I'll go with
Want to do
him.
lunch?
I can go, but I can stay too.
Whatever you decide.
No.
President Cavello, you can call it 30-minute lunch if you want and grab a plate and come back and we can continue on however you want to do it.
30 minutes. We'll come back at 12:30. Make it quick.
That's 35 minutes.
You and each. That's what the biggest thing is that I think.
President Covello, would you like to do a roll call?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Director Larramendy. Let's get rolling with that.
President Covello.
Present.
Commissioner Torgerson is absent. Commissioner Bull.
Present.
Commissioner Schiffer.
Here.
Commissioner Broussard.
Here.
Vice President Ritholler.
Here.
Commissioner Cura. Commissioner Francisco.
Here.
Commissioner Wildcat. Senator Kolb. He's right out the door. Representative Davis. And Mr. Lebanon is absent. President Covello, you have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 15, D1. And actually, we're going to switch those. Let's do the track construction update first.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. I thought you. Maybe brief introductions. Mr. President.
Wonderful. Please do.
Mr. President, my name is Will Edwards. I'm with Cowboy Racing. I'm joined today with Jody Shea, our counsel of record, and Bill Edwards, construction manager of the racetrack. Also with us today is Scott Drudy with First Racing, who's joining us remotely on via Zoom or Teams.
Yes, Bill Edwards, Edwards Construction. Thank you. So I'm delighted to give this report. Last June was the last time I had that opportunity, as I recall, and there's quite a bit of work to be done. It's been a good summer, and we've really put our shoulder behind it, and that has not been easy in Laramie County. One of the reasons is because of our labor force. We have data processing centers going that are just sucked the town dry from labor. So good manpower. And so fortunately, after years of construction, we have a pretty good core group of people and operators. And we've been able to do pretty well in that regard. We have seen through and worked with and around the final work on the oil pad, the fracking, actually that final drilling, fracking, and all of the stuff that goes with it. Talk about using a lot of water, boy. And so that's pretty much out of the way now. They're doing their final workups, and we're able then to close up our fencing system. We have a front gate, decorative front gate and fencing that we can close up. But before I get to fencing, I've made notes so I kind of stay on point and don't meander, because there's a lot to talk about. The overall track improvements are about 210 acres of the 310 acre site. All of the grading is complete, with the final exception of our parking lot and a few ancillary areas, as well as the gravel will go back on the parking lot. The reason those areas, which really are fairly minor, aren't finished is because that's our staging area. The interior roads, which are about 1.7 miles, they're all completed and gravelled. The entryway gates, as I said, are designed and built and ready to be installed. Topsoil placement, replacement has been done on the entire 210 acres, with, again, the exception of the parking area and some of those areas that we're currently tracking on. The stormwater drainage system and detention is always a big deal. Ours, it has to be and was and is fully engineered. That is completely done, with the exception of some valley pans in one particular area, which are being worked on as we speak. The track, the main focus of all of this. All of the grading, including the fine grading, has been completed. The infield areas are completely done, including the drainage improvements and the replacement of the topsoil. Regarding the track surfacing, the first layer, if you will, I call it gravel base, but it isn't gravel. The first layer of the track is complete and in place. It's 6 inches thick. The final surface layer, which is the racing cushion, is well, it's pretty special. as I'm sure the other operators here know, and as I'm sure all you know. We have elected not to put that cushion down until the first thing in the spring. The reason is it's fairly fine material and is subject to blowing. Also, when you're installing it, it takes quite a bit of water. And once it's down, it takes water to maintain it. And so we made this conclusion internally and also visiting with Dennis Moore, who's been a primary advisor of ours on this track. And so this process will take about 4 to 6 weeks. We plan to start about March 15th, and we'll complete that. At the same time then, well, before I do that, let me talk about the safety rail. So we put up a beautiful safety rail. The interior rail is complete. There's some minor adjustments with some of the gates, but it's complete. It is an historic rail that came out of Golden Gate Park, and it's really pretty nice. The exterior track rail, we've elected to do a mostly new 4-inch round aluminum, constructed by a track railing, a track supply company, specifically built for its purpose, the outside rail. That will be installed hand in glove with the cushion material. We can't take a chance with the trucks and the equipment with it, and of course we have to be very careful with the safety rail on the inside. The fencing. The project's exterior has been refenced with smooth wire, and I've mentioned the gates. And so that'll be closed up when all the truck traffic or most of the oil company truck traffic is finished. The security fencing, actually there's also a track fence outside of the track before they get to the bigger field. That is almost done. A lot of the things when I say almost done, it's because those tail ends are tying into other improvements that have to, as I said before, go hand in glove. The security fence, which is surrounding the barns and the shop areas, will be 6-foot chain link. And that installation is to begin and wrapped up along with the track cushioning material as weather permits. So that will be ongoing this winter as weather allows. It would also, I should point out that beginning in early spring, we've had a big screen working, a material aggregate screen working out there. It works all the time. We have screened and created most of the material to specifications on the site. We will be importing some specific ingredients for the track cushion. And again, that will be in the spring. We just don't want to handle all that material with the wind and then with the water needed. So that screen has been set up where some of this security fencing will go. That will be wrapped up, the screening and the piles, moved, the stockpiles, in about 2 weeks. The barns have been designed and the supplier selected, as well as the crews, will be coming out of Denver. It's an all-steel building. They're very nice buildings. Each barn will have 80 10-by-12 stalls, a bathroom, 5 tack rooms at each end, well, they're going to be pretty nice. And the current plan for the barns is to build on 6 out of the 12 barn pads. So currently, as we've represented in other meetings, we hope to have finished 480 stalls by our racing time. And if we do not, and if we determine early on that we're behind in some regard, we're set up to rent those stalls and to bring them in. And that's really my son Will is working on all of that. We have 12 pads prepared for barns, which once constructed of this style would be, 860 stalls. And there's yet another area that we currently call horse parking and so forth, where other barns can be built in the future if necessary. regarding our utilities. So our water supply is pretty well proven. We're into the White River Aquifer Formation, which has got wonderful water. It's a great asset to Laramie County. We have 2 completed wells and 3 additional wells have recently been permitted. Once we finish a design with a company we're working with, Quality Well and Pump, out of LaSalle, Colorado, looking at 2 separate cisterns and how these can best be tied together to balance out on our water usage. The electric service. A guy stalled there because it seemed to have been a hot button last time because we brought in a letter where they said they couldn't do this or couldn't do that in time. That was valid. But unfortunately for us, because these people at High Plains Energy are our friends and our neighbors, they were a little offended by it. And I'd like to take a minute to say, these are really good people that are really working hard all the time, highly valued in Laramie County. They were doing their best. This is one of the first jobs I've done with them where we had to do an energy study and so on and so forth. And so I don't want to comment about they were or weren't getting their work done. I know they were. That said, they completed the agreement the 1st of September, and we've been back and forth making sure that I's were dotted and T's were crossed, and we have signed and we have funded that agreement, and we are waiting to meet with them to find out what their schedule is. This is a big extension. This is not trench a power line off a transformer and plug it in. This is about 5 miles of high power line that's going to be replaced. And they are undoubtedly taking the opportunity to upsize and to help their system. This is not a small service. This is not 1800 amp. This is 3800 amp. This is big enough to run the track plus hotel construction. So it's a pretty big deal, and my hat's off to them because I know they did a great job, and we're moving down the road with that. Fiber optic, our supplier is Range Communication, and it's been trenched in to the job site and is sitting in a cabinet waiting for us to utilize it. That's my report.
Thank you. So let's talk about timelines. If you're going to race according to your requested dates, I'm guessing you're going to need to be done somewhere around June, have everything done in order for track inspections to take place. Does that sound reasonable?
The work described other than the barns, other than the structures.
I believe those will have to be part of the inspection.
I feel confident we're gonna hit that timeline. Our current timeline leaves us at May 15th,
And barns included?
barns included.
Right, contractor, and I think we're being energetic. That's why I said, and Will has handled, if we need to rent a barn, we will.
And then,
So I don't want to contradict him, but
and then
I know how Wyoming.
the buildings needed for jockeys, inspections, all that kind of stuff.
President Cavello, yeah, there'd be the jocks room, test barn, race office, steward's office.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President, those are all planned through temporary buildings in phase 1. Trailers and whatnot are gonna be taken care of it. We have them all sourced and ready to be put on the site. Septic for that, these buildings is going to be, overhead tanks that take a county permit that's pretty rubber stamped in Laramie County.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
President Cavello, is that all we have for the updates then?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, President Cavello, so looking at the race dates, you'll see in front of you, it should be in front of you, in a packet somewhere. You will have three separate race date options. There's an option 1, an option 2, and an option 3. It's currently my understanding that option 1 or 2 are, let's just call them 2 and 3, and option 3 is option 1. That makes sense? So the third option that was received on the 18th of November, which is the most recent submission, is the primary requested dates.
Your request is starting September 25th?
That was our original request. Our core request, Mr. President, Mr. President, it was October 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, which is Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples' Day, 16th, 17th, 18th, 23, 24, 25, 30, 31, and November 1st. Those are the 16 core race dates. We did, however, want to additionally request the last 3 days in September, the last three days of the weekend in September, 25th, 26th, and 27th. We, as the new entrant to the market, understand that, we've talked to the Wyoming horsemen's groups, and there is not a preference for any overlap. Especially, we understand this is our first year. We don't want to step on any toes. We want to work nicely. However, we were hoping there would be an opportunity for Wyoming horse racing to fill in Labor Day, and then those 2 Fridays, one Friday, August 14th and September 4th. I'm judging by their prior comments that that is not favorable to them. But considering that we're at the end of the schedule, there is a concern, and I do want to make the concern for the record that we will run into weather. Given the last couple of years, and I've been paying close attention the last couple of years of this weather, we've been receiving wonderful weather in our area, part of the country. And so if last couple of years is any indication of what's going to happen in 2026, we'll be fine. But once again, as you all know, it's a question of the equestrian athletes and jockeys. It's a health and safety concern. If we run into weather at the end of October, I want to make sure that we have all our race dates under our belt. So I would like to request having the 25th, 26th, and 27th remain on the calendar for our race dates. Those will be our inaugural dates as well. And I imagine there's a little bit of startup that's going to be running up for those dates. I mean, that'll allow us to officially have a hard start on October 2nd.
So we discard option 1 and 2.
Yeah, option 1 is not preferable. Option 2 is not preferable for us at all.
So President Cavello, so moving forward, then we'll just look at option 3, which is the last weekend in September and then the month of October into the 1st of November. As you may recall, on June 19th, 2025, the commission had accepted the relinquishment of Cowboy Racing's 2025 live event permit due to construction delays that made racing this last October not feasible. During the same meeting, the commission also considered a new application that was dated June 13th, 2025, seeking approval for a live event permit for the calendar years 2026, 2027, and 2028. After discussion, the commission awarded a live event permit for the 2026 calendar year only. Recently, actually on the evening of November 18th, the commission received a formal request seeking the consideration of amending the application to transfer Cowboy Racing to a new entity, an unlicensed new entity, so it's not an existing operator. The submission in that, or the cover letter in that submission, states that these dates have kind of been coordinated between the horsemen, Cowboy Racing as it stands today, and then the potential new operator. there's a lot of moving parts to this, and this is a really unique situation, how this all lays out. But we're kind of looking at approving race dates for an entity moving forward that we haven't approved the entity yet, is kind of the way that I'm looking at this. With that being the case, you know, the staff at this time would recommend that the commission defer any action on race dates until we can look at the entire packet, which would include the amended permit applications to the new company, along with the race dates and the plans and everything else. This ensures that the action taken is fully consistent with the commission's statutory authority and statutory responsibilities, the regulatory framework, and the commitment to maintaining the integrity of racing. The one thing that I want to note that is important to remember, that deferring this action now does not mean that Cowboy Racing or a new operator, if approved, would not be afforded an opportunity to be awarded race dates in 2026. The commission rule states that each applicant seeking dates for a live parimutuel event must submit an application to the commission no later than a date set by the commission, but not less than 90 days prior to the date of the proposed meeting. Historically, the commission has granted race dates during their annual fall meeting. This has just been a matter of practice. This is not a matter of rule or statute. It is not a requirement by this commission or anything else. The commission is not precluded to act upon race dates at any time during the year, so long as it's that 90 days prior to the first offering. So in this instance, if you're looking September 25th, put my math skills to work, which are not great, I'm going to say June 25th. So if there was as long as the application is received by June 25th, completed, there's nothing that says that they couldn't run those dates in 2026 still, and that you all couldn't consider them at a meeting during the year. With that, Mr. President, I would stand for any questions.
Okay, so your recommendation is to basically table the race dates until you have and the staff has a chance to completely vet the application for transfer.
President Covello, that is the recommendation. It's just to do it. So we're not piecemealing it together to where we are looking at the race dates and the transfer and all of that stuff, all inclusive in one packet.
That being said, can you give us an approximate timeline it would take you to put that together?
President Covello, that is difficult to do because I'm still waiting on pieces of the application. I've received parts of it, but like I said, it's just been a few days. I haven't had the opportunity to go through it. It's a large submission too. And I can tell you that,
Good, absolutely.
I've received, I want to say 8 to 10 of the individual backgrounds. Those forms, they're 100 pages apiece. So we're talking 800 pages of backgrounds just for officers involved in this, that it's going to take a little bit of time. I can tell you that I don't see any reason why we couldn't have any of that done prior to that 90-day window that we would have to have it done by, though.
I'm sure they'd like to have it sooner than that.
If I may.
Go ahead.
We are here today to discuss race dates as our application was approved in June. We're ready to move forward with that application. The future, we do have change of plans that is coming forth, but we are here for approval of race dates based on our application as submitted. I take a little bit of objection to the fact that this is a unique case that we're changing operators. We could have waited till after this hearing, got our race dates, and then told you about that, but we didn't want to do that. We wanted to be completely transparent as to the possible change in plans that we're considering. We need some certainty and we need some assurances. We would highly appreciate and we request that race dates be awarded to us so we can make our plans accordingly. Any changes to the race dates or our plans for operation, you guys are going to be the first to know. You guys are going to be the first to decide on those things, whether they're appropriate or approved at a later date. But we will have our race dates based on our application that's been approved in June. And Jody.
Mr. President, if I might add to that, the situation as we sit here before you today will not look much different as it does in June. As Director Laramendi noted, we have submitted paperwork to commission staff for review and discussion, as there is a really exciting opportunity for cowboy racing. for an association that we believe to be really beneficial to the industry as a whole. And so that is what is under review. That entity is fully aware of the race dates that we are requesting today, and frankly, will accept what race dates are awarded by this commission. It is our hope to be back before you soon to talk about that opportunity, but from an operational perspective, nothing will change. The people involved will have changed. The construction plans may be modified a little bit, but certainly to the extent they are, we would ask for your consent and approval for those modifications. So functionally, nothing will be different. I'm struggling to understand what the benefit of waiting to award race dates might be. I agree with Mr. Edwards that I think it will create logistical challenges when there is uncertainty as to whether or not those races will occur in October. So I echo that concern. I would respectfully request that this board and commission proceed with the dates before it. Any changes that may be in the hopper, we are excited to talk with you about, but they will not occur unless and until this. Thank you.
I guess my question, and I'm a little bit in the dark about what changes you guys are making internally, but are those changes contingent on the approval of the dates?
No, no. And in fact, I'd like to further expand on what I understand is a precedent here for this commission.
Fine.
My understanding is the race dates have been awarded, and after race dates awarded, there has been change of ownership, change of operators in the past. And those changed operators and ownership in the past have taken over the race dates as priorly approved, based after the commission has approved them. That's no different than the case here. We are prepared to move forward with race dates in fall as our application has been approved, subject to a change that you guys will have to approve.
I guess.
Is there? Commissioner Ball.
Sorry.
So you guys aren't going to be the operator?
Our plan is to be intimately involved in this project.
Indirectly involved?
Intimately. We will be directly
But who
involved. We're
will
not
be,
going anywhere.
who will be in control? Who will put on the races?
Right now, as our application stands, there's been no change in our operation plan.
Who will put on the races? Just tell me what's going on and just tell me, okay?
Well, I'm a little, and forgive me, and Mr. President, Commissioner Bly, forgive me for a little bit.
As you say, it's no big deal, but if we're changing operators, that could be a big deal. And so you need to come forth and tell us what's going on.
I appreciate that. And Mr. President, Commissioner Forrest, my hesitation comes with making a public announcement on something that we're not quite ready to roll out in the public. I know that our local newspaper is watching this, for example. I know that my announcement's going to make some news. With that being said, I'm happy to announce that we are in partnership negotiations, partnering with a track in Colorado known as Arapahoe Park, owned by Bally's. And that is the current plans, and we are planning on having them be a sister track to our track in Laramie County.
And there's some sort of pending application with the commission to do that?
Correct. We submitted as recently last week, but our timing with that deal did not cooperate with the timing of this annual meeting. And it is conditional on us approving race dates. It is something that we're really excited for the state of Wyoming. It's going to bring a positive, it's going to raise the bar for horse racing in Wyoming. And I really think that, their application is going to be looked very favorably upon this commission. It's just the timing of which didn't happen yet.
Vice President Ritholland.
Yeah. Thank you, President Cabela. So if the deal falls through, then what happens? What's the next step? Or have you got everything inked, signed, and ready to go?
The deal is inked and signed. It is contingent on a couple things like this commission's approval of them being an operator. But regardless of their approval, we are prepared to race in October.
So if they don't sign up, you are already ready to
Either
Run-
that
you
or
have
we
the
will fail miserably and we will.
You have
Yeah,
the
and we will
personnel to
suffer
run the
consequences.
races.
Yes. yes,
You have the
Commissioner.
personnel to run the races.
We currently, under our current application, we have the personnel to run the races. Yes, we do. Is that the plan? I can't say for certain because it's subject to your guys' approval.
Kind of like the chicken and the egg.
A little bit.
Commissioner Broussard.
Just refresh my memory. Did we approve race dates for them last year or had never got to that?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
President Cavello, Commissioner Broussard, yes, we did. We had approved cowboy racing race dates for calendar year 2025.
Did
But
we
then
have
due to the construction delays and everything else,
contingencies on that?
there was original contingencies on the application as far as and that's the reason why this is a unique situation. Because this permit was issued to Cowboy Racing under contingencies of Cowboy Racing's construction plans and everything else.
Yeah.
And now we're putting in somebody else that may ultimately, take over control of that. As a matter of precedent, though, this commission, to my knowledge, has never granted race dates to an operator who didn't intend on running those race dates in and of themselves. Those race dates have been approved for operators, and yes, we've had sales of companies and stuff, but it was never, those two were never really working together. Those purchases were after the fact that an operator had come and taken, got their race dates and everything else.
So as it stands, we've approved the race dates of the other three operators or two operators. So these dates, they're not in competition with any, the dates as they are now will not be issued to anyone else as we see it.
Yeah, President Cavello, Commissioner Broussard, that's correct. The only dates that cause any sort of question would be the 25th, 26th, and 27th. That 3-day overlap there. Strictly
Okay.
because if we're talking a 3-day overlap and we have to try to enter into a contract with 5 other people to run 3 days, that might be a problem. A short overlap like that might be honestly harder than a big overlap.
Yeah.
Because it's
We'll need
trying to find 5 people to work 3 days may not be
Sir,
doable.
sorry, Mr. President, if I may, couple points. We're not going anywhere. The new partnership, contemplates us being a very active partner. We are continuing with the construction of the track in that capacity. We're not going anywhere. And as I understand it, race dates have been awarded to an operator and that ownership has changed. And then a new operator has taken over those old race dates. That has happened multiple times, I think, in the past in this commission.
I think that was with functioning operating tracks that had a history of running. So
Well, I don't want to call out any particular president, I don't want to call out any particular instances, but my understanding when ECL took over Wyoming Downs, that was a new operator into the state that took over operation from the race dates that were approved. But to Wyoming
Director
Downs
Laramie.
entity.
President Cavello, that is correct. They did take over Wyoming Downs race dates. I think the distinction that I am trying to make, though, is Wyoming Downs did not come and apply for race dates on behalf of ECL. Wyoming Downs applied for race dates of their own on their own permit with every intention of running those. And then that sale ended up taking place throughout that 3-year permit that they had. And then ECL was stuck with their dates. In this instance, it's a little bit different because, Cowboy Racing is applying for dates with this pending, potential sale coming up, knowing that another operator could very well be running those dates. So like I said, in my mind, these dates are being requested, for potentially a new operator. And yes, if they fail the background or if the commission didn't approve that, then where does it leave Cowboy Racing to run these dates under the old permit and how does that look and everything else? There's a lot of questions and there's a lot of moving pieces. That's why I said, my recommendation was to table that until we can look at the entire packet because it's a lot cleaner if we look at that packet and the new operator fits in perfect and everything, the backgrounds are great and everything. And then it's just one fell swoop and then there's no concerns.
So for
My floor for a minute.
You go.
I'm inclined to want to go along with what our director is asking for. I think we've been very flexible with you guys, and I don't think there's any reason to think that we won't try every way we can to accommodate you as quick as possible and get you what you need.
Okay. I will,
Go ahead, Troy, you're up, and then we'll go with.
no, what I was going to say was kind of what Cactus said. As if the timelines comes along, I think all of us are amenable to having a single issue special meeting just to address your needs, because we want you to succeed. And I'm with Cactus in the sense that it seems a bit murky and foggy and confusing for us, for me.
You ready?
Sorry.
Commissioner Schiffer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to ask you a few questions about, I don't know if it's Bally's or a subsidiary of Bally's or whoever is operating Arapahoe Park. Would it be your understanding that the operators who are buying this interest are licensed to run a race meet in Colorado currently?
I'm sorry, yes, the people were, yes, I believe, Mr. President, yes. Yes.
So assuming that this deal goes through, I know you have Mr. DeRudy on the line, so I assume First Racing is here some capacity. What's your understanding of who's going to put on the meet? Is it First Racing? Is it the people from Arapahoe Park? Who is going to be the nuts and bolts to get this thing, to get the gates to open, the track running, and the whole deal to happen?
Yeah.
Is it First Racing? Is it Arapahoe Park? Or is it Will, or who is it?
Yeah, I understand. We're here today based on the approved application of June. I don't see a distinction from what has happened in the past with race dates being approved. But the plan is the Valleys will replace First Racing in operations.
Okay.
And it is a
Thank you.
deal subject to
okay.
Okay, that's really what I want to know. So you have an experienced operator in line to conduct the operations on your 2026 race dates. That's correct, right?
That is correct. Arapahoe Park has been in business for decades. Shannon Rustin, the director there, is spent his entire life in the horse racing industry. This commission will be very pleased to have them as a new operator.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Anyone else? Commissioner Bull.
Mr. Edwards, are you going to stay on as the contractor?
Yes.
Okay. My concern is this. The commission has supported this project from the get-go, given this project the benefit of the doubt at least a couple times. To my recollection, we've had race dates in front of us. I think this is the third time, maybe the fourth time. And we proceeded cautiously. And we proceeded cautiously is because we don't have a track that a race could be run on. And today that's still true. We have a track, but it's got a long ways to go from your description. And so we've been doing things step by step in order to make sure that everybody's protective, especially the betting public, the horsemen, everything like that. And with this latest development, it seems to me that the next step in this project is to decide who the operator is going to be. Is it going to be who the hell it's going to be?
Get that approved.
And then after we decide that, we can visit with that operator and determine whether or not there's a realistic possibility of running races in 2026. I mean, originally we were talking about running them in 2025.
24.
2024, and then that slipped to 2025. We've had at least 2 construction seasons under our belts, and I would have hoped that we were farther along, a lot closer than we are. And I know that's probably unrealistic, but that's what I would have hoped. And so I just think the next step is to determine who the operator is going to be. When that operator is determined, we can have a discussion with that operator as to whether or not we realistically can do races in 2026. And if so, then set the dates. And I'm a right foot, left foot kind of guy. And I know that you want us to jump, and maybe the rest of the commission will jump. But my opinion is we table this, setting the race dates until a later date. We determine who the operator is going to be. We have those discussions and then we make those decisions. And you know, the commission hasn't done this. I mean, we didn't do this to you guys. This is what I was going to say this mess is what you're bringing to us, but it's not a mess. It's a situation and it happens. And I understand that. But we need to be able to consider the situation step by step. And I think we need to first determine who's going to run these races. And so if there's a motion for a continuance, I'm going to vote for it. Not a continuance,
Mr. President.
tabling it. So,
Go ahead, Will.
Mr. President, I just wanted to correct the record real briefly. Our first approved race dates were for this year, 2025. We were supposed to originally race for this fall, was our first time racing.
yeah, that's probably correct. See, I don't remember. I do know that you've been here at least 3 times.
We spent a substantial amount of money getting the track to a certified condition to meet the requirements. And then got one continuance in June.
And Will, I want to emphasize that I want the darn project to succeed. And I think the commission wants the project to succeed. But we have a responsibility to do it in a way which protects the public and so forth. And so so it is possible that you could still race in 2026. But anyway, I would make a motion. Do we have a motion on the table?
We do not.
President Broussard, Commissioner Schiffer also has his hand up as well.
Go ahead. Commissioner Schiffer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, I think if you step back a little bit, so what Cowboy Racing is proposing, that if the deal goes through, they have a experienced operator named Arapahoe Park who's going to run the races. If the deal does not go through, they have an experienced and licensed operator in First Racing to operate the races. So either way this thing comes down, assuming the racetrack is ready, certified, and ready to go, they have an experienced operator who's going to run the dates. So why are we standing around, you know, putting impediments into their bargaining power by withholding the dates? The dates are the dates. They've got a licensed, experienced operator to run the date, whoever is in the ownership position at that point. So give them their certainty, let them go forward, and let's approve their dates. If they can't deal with it, then it's not gonna come off. But there's no advantage to us because there's no, somebody coming from outer space to run these dates. They're both licensed, experienced operators either way they go. So I think we should vote to approve their dates and let them go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just the one comment I had is, I don't believe it's about the dates. I believe it's who's approved to operate those dates. And if it's a different vendor or a different operator, we want to make sure that those dates are tagged to that vendor and, or the operator. So I don't have any qualms with the dates or anything like that. It's who's going to be approved at that time for those dates to be tagged to.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
is that true that First Racing will be in it if this transfer doesn't go through?
Correct. And for all intents and purposes, the deal has been inked. The deal is done and it has been inked. And the submission, as the director indicated, has been submitted to you guys as soon as I think last week, I think is when it was. The timing just couldn't have been worse with the scheduling of this annual meeting.
So if the deal falls through, Will, is First Racing still?
First Racing is the operator until Bally's replaces them. If that answers your question, Mr. Commissioner.
President Cavello, if I may, real quick.
Yes, Director Larramendi, go
As
ahead.
it stands right now, the submission before this office is really almost the last step in this deal. This deal is a done deal with them, between them. So as long as that gets your approval, like we've seen in the past with other operation transfers, it's a done deal and then it takes over as the new entity. And that is the reason why, like I had said earlier, that it's weird because, we're looking at an application that was approved in June of this year that listed First Racing as, basically the operator, but First Racing is looking at the out because there's a deal signed with a new operator to come in and take over. So essentially, we're awarding race dates to an operator that has no intention of running those race dates. They have every intention of selling those race dates, for lack of a better word. So.
Mr. President, I'd just like to
Go
say
right ahead.
that I'm familiar with Bally's, good company, good brand.
So back to you, Director Larramendi. Is still your recommendation that we put this on hold and table it?
President Cavello, that is my recommendation, yes.
Okay. Yeah, but we're still in the commissioners. We'll get to them in a minute. Any more from the commissioners before we go to the public?
I guess I have throw another monkey wrench. Is there contingencies that we can add that ease some of the concerns? Because at the end of the day, they're both asking for the same dates, both operators. It's not like, one operator wants to run other dates. So I guess my question is there something we can do in the motion that would hold the dates but not issue them unless certain things are achieved or required, or I'm just have another meeting. Okay.
President Cavello, Commissioner Broussard, I don't think there's any formal action for you to all hold those dates. You can make that commitment to hold those dates as it stands right now. As far as contingencies go, that's very difficult to say because, like I said, we're talking an 800-page, 800-page just for backgrounds. We're talking a 2,000, 2,500-page submission that has to be gone through, with financials and corporate backgrounds and all that other stuff that it's hard to say.
So i.e. approve the dates if Bally's passes muster. No.
Well,
Is that correct? It's just
President Broussard, I think that's the reason why I recommended just tabling it and just looking at this all together. So we're not piecemealing, we approved dates under this application for this one, but now we're going to look at this and then we also have to do individual applications and all that other stuff. It's just much cleaner if it's one submission with these race dates, which, these race dates have been included on the submission for the transfer. So these are the race dates that transfer is going to consider anyway. So it just makes it very clean.
If and when we approve the new operator, that the dates will automatically
These dates would fall into that approval, correct?
Okay. I'm okay with going with the table.
Okay, let's move on then. Do we have any more from the commissioners? Okay. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being as I've attended several of these, we've had the construction report update, but yet there's no photographic evidence presented to the commission of everything that you said. Not that I'm questioning your verbiage or anything here or your progress, but it would seem to me a little evidence since it's been delayed for 2 seasons now as to where we're construction wise, where we're sitting. You know, it's a long ways from here to Cheyenne to go see it, but yet you haven't brought any physical evidence or photos. Unless you've got something you can show, then that'd be wonderful. That would
Right.
answer my question.
Excuse me, President Broussard, Commissioner, or Representative Davis. So just for the record, like commission staff is on the grounds all the time. So, you know, obviously they can't see like underground stuff. They don't have any idea what they're looking at, but they are monitoring this all the time. You know, Cowboy Racing has submitted videos and pictures. And in fact, just at our last meeting with their update, they submitted pictures with, you know, with the rail going in and everything. So we do have that, and we're sending staff, you know, the staff's on site at a minimum of once a month. We got folks in Cheyenne all the time. So we're constantly monitoring the progress that's being made.
With that, Mr. President, I apologize. I wasn't privy to that information, so thank you.
Okay, are we done, commissioners? We'll go to the public. You got people with their hands raised. Let's give them the floor. Okay. Melanie Peterson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commission. Yes, I was actually, Commissioner Schiffer kind of reiterated what I was talking about. We already have 2 qualified operators. One or the other will be operating this track. I've personally been to that track a couple different times throughout the construction process because this particular track is very important to me as a thoroughbred breeder. The mile track it's a game changer for Wyoming. And I really do hope that you approve the race dates because of the optics point of view. The headlines tomorrow will not be that you're going to approve it later. It's going to say Thunder Plains did not receive their race dates. And it's just going to create more drama and more shadows of doubt for this track, which has already had a social media beating over the last year for the construction delays. And we certainly can't fault them for the construction delays. If anybody's ever tried to build in Wyoming, we have winter and we have construction season, neither of which is an ideal timeline. But I, from the optics point of view, for instance, just, you know, the last year, the construction delays, we had planned on bringing over 30 brood mares to Wyoming this year, and that number dwindled down to 10 because our owners backed out based on the false information really that was on social media because there was no updates being given. I personally reached out to Mr. Edwards here a few months ago and I said, you know, it would be really helpful if you did publish some videos or just some progress report of some sort, because silence people just make up their own agenda. So I really would like to ask the commission if they would approve these dates just from an optics point of view and try to help build Wyoming, especially on the thoroughbred side of things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who else do we have? Mr. DeRudy, the floor is yours.
Yes, I just wanted to state for the record that First Racing remains involved in the project until, you know, when and if a change occurs. That if for any reason the transaction that's been talked about here today is not approved by this commission or otherwise doesn't go forward, we are the operator of the project of record, and we have every intention of operating a successful race meet next fall. So we would respectfully request that those dates be granted so that the Edwards can continue to spend their money on the construction and we can all know what we're shooting for. Thank you.
Let him identify himself.
He's Scott DeRudy with First Racing.
What's that?
Kirby went back to Larry's.
Do we have someone else? Okay,
Mr. President, if I
certainly.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments and the concerns expressed by the commission. This is a chicken or egg sort of situation, and we recognize that we have talked about things with this commission over the last 2 years that are new because no one has come into the market to build a track in a very long time. And so I acknowledge that at times it has been clumsy because there's a lot of moving parts. There's a significant investment. And certain commissioners at times have stated uncertainty as to whether or not Cowboy Racing could get this done. They have accomplished a significant amount of activity in the last 2 years. We have worked closely with commission staff and at all times have tried to act in accordance with the rules and the statutes, and done everything that this commission and the staff has asked for us to get to this point. I do have concern that if the commission does not take action today, that we still are in the chicken or egg situation. And so the longer we wait, I think the less comfort folks have going forward because there is no clear direction and no clear answer. Commissioners have expressed concerns about obligations to protect the betting public and obligations to protect the horsemen. An award of a race date today will not chip against those obligations. It is also our intent to safely run races and to protect the betting public and the horsemen. And an award of race dates is not contrary to those goals and those actions. I don't foresee any harm should this commission award race dates to cowboy racing today. I think any harm, frankly, is to cowboy racing to really have a clear path forward. There is a cool opportunity available for cowboy racing for this commission in this state. We have all expectations that the folks at Bally's will be vetted and approved. They are highly qualified and experienced in what they do. They provide a great opportunity for the folks in this room. So we would respectfully request that those race dates be awarded. We fully anticipate being back before this commission to talk about the details of that association. And certainly to the extent this board has expectations or requests something happen differently with respect to that association, we are absolutely open to that conversation. Thank you.
This is an action item. Commissioners, what is your preference here? Commissioner Bowl.
Your Honor, I would make a motion that we approve the race days as proposed by Cowboy Racing. If there's a second, I'll explain why I've had a change of heart.
Do I hear a second?
Yes, Schiffer will second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Now we're back to discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Bowl.
I agree with Commissioner Schiffer. It sounds like we have qualified operators on both ends from this. Hearing from First Racing gave me a bit of comfort, and so I don't see any, and as council said, I don't see any harm in awarding the race dates. So I'm going to vote for this motion to approve the race dates. And it also gives me comfort, Mr. Edwards, that you're going to stay on as the contractor for this project. Good luck.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Redholler.
Well, just so you folks know, I'm just an old dumb country boy. So I don't want to pretend that I know anything about construction or about anything. But I guess there is a 600-pound gorilla sitting in the corner. And that if we give you the race dates, when do the HHR machines show up? They show up in January or after you run horses. So that's one. And you got to forgive us. You know, we're not here to pick and choose winners and losers, and we're not trying to put pressure on you. And I understand everything you're saying. The big thing is we've got to do everything equally and under the law. We have some rules and regulations we make, but the law is what we live by. We got to stay within them boundaries. And of course, you can't have the machines. You get the machines, but you got to race horses in the year you get them. Otherwise, it's a 2-year probation to lose machines. If I'm saying the law, maybe Nick will report that law right to me.
President Cavallo, Vice President Redholler. So it's important to remember two things. So the live event permit doesn't, like miraculously become a live event permit with the awarding of race dates.
Okay, that's what
they have a live event permit. So technically for 2026, under the current rule, January 1, they can apply for HHR with or without race dates being awarded. Those race dates being awarded do not make the validity of that permit. That permit is already valid through calendar year 2026. So, and I think that's another important thing to remember. And part of my recommendation to table that is because awarding these race dates isn't what makes that permit valid. That permit is already valid.
It happens.
It's already there and it's already good through 2026. And we just want to ensure that everything is, all the boxes are checked and all the transfers are done. Because to the point that, protecting the horsemen, that is part of this. We awarded race dates in 2025 and Cowboy Racing had signed up to do the Wyoming Stallion Breeders
And they
race.
yep.
And their inability to run that because of the construction delays, all the horsemen failed to run that. Historically, Wyoming Horse Racing ran that at the end of their meet because that was the closeout for the year. But the horsemen, they paid into that race, they trained for that race, and they weren't able to run that race because they couldn't run that race. And by that time, Wyoming Horse Racing couldn't pick it back up. So there is a lot of things to consider when looking at this. And it's not just dates on a calendar. It is, there's a lot involved. There's contracts for the state that has to be thought about. There's contracts for inspections and there's staffing and everything. So.
Yes, Commissioner Wildcat.
So just a quick question. Thank you, Mr. President. What's the difference between whether or not we award the race dates today or in a month?
Thank you, President, and thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for your comment. The difference is certainty. We have a partnership and they are expecting to be plan accordingly. And with a clear direction and a North Star in mind, we can work together to achieve a goal. With that, it's another question mark that as council pointed out, it creates uncertainty and uncertainty creates chaos and chaos creates on top of uncertainty. To your commissioner's comments, this has not been a perfect process. We certainly admit that. We set out to develop a new state-of-the-art racetrack for Wyoming in our area of the state where we found it was needed. We set out with the expectation of maybe it would be a perfect process, but we knew it wasn't going to be. And so I do appreciate this commission working with us in this project. It's a big project, and I'm very confident as the future unfolds, this is going to be a bright star for Wyoming and the Wyoming horse industry. And so it's awkward right now working through some of these details, but it's a huge, massive undertaking that we've taken with a lot of moving parts. And we have now, First Racing has been a fantastic partner, but with Arapahoe Park being a sister track to Arapahoe Park creates untold number of other opportunities for the state and for the track. And I'm just excited to talk about it. But today we're just here to get that certainty of those race dates awarded so we can move forward.
Mr. President.
Certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner Rithaler, for your statement about the 600-pound gorilla. I live with a 600-pound gorilla every day in my business, and it's building this racetrack. This racetrack isn't money coming out of the state's pocket. It's not coming out of any local economic group pocket. And it's not being money that's borrowed, which isn't really important. But it's been all on my back, our family's back. But I've borne the brunt of it along with the other construction activities that we do. The racetrack, however, has been the lion's share of that for 2 years. I'm sorry there's been some doubt never given by our ability or whatever, but this is a bigger than monumental task than I had anticipated going in. And you would think as a professional general contractor, I would have had all of that understood. A good part of what I didn't understand was the nuances of these approvals. And I think you do a wonderful board, don't get me wrong. But all of the things that have to do with the horse racing part was not my bailiwick. And maybe it should have been. However, at the end of the day, I'm enthralled with this project. I plan to see it through. No one is going to be really damaged if this thing doesn't go through except our family. And if you want to support this track as really meeting the state statutes direction in my book. And let me say one other thing. This track, over the period of time that I've started it, has really given me, even though I've been in Wyoming my whole life and I love horses, it's really given me a special appreciation for horses, for equine. And it's my vision that this track will be mixed with other horse activities. And this can become a real center for breeding, communication, all of the above for the horse. I'm not gonna be here, and I don't think I'm gonna be much involved at all with any of the gaming. But I am gonna build this track and I'm gonna see it through. And the history, if you look at people who have stepped up to build a track, I'll use Lucky Baldwin, for example, who built Santa Anita. Interesting history, very difficult for him. And sometimes things didn't go the way he wanted to. But Santa Anita is a fabulous, beautiful track and has a rich racing history. And I hope, looking at where the tracks are located in Wyoming, that Laramie County is an ideal location for this track. The synergy with Arapahoe Racing Track is perfect. We're excited about that. And we would like support in granting these race days.
Thank you very much. President went left, so I guess I'm
You're in charge.
I'm in charge. And I guess don't take my comments wrong.
Oh, I know.
I've taken on some of these multi-million-dollar projects and just went ahead and went with them. But having said that, we still have obligations as a commission. We can't go strictly on feel good. We have got stipulations. And as right now, anybody else have anything online? We have a motion on the floor, but I have not heard a second yet. If somebody.
Yeah, Dan, second.
Oh, it was done. So I guess we can vote or we can wait for the chairman to come back to vote. He'll be back, but
There he is. Your power is short-lived.
well, I'll tell you what, fame is such a fleeting
Yeah,
thing.
1 minute.
You're back on. Got
Apologies.
first and second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yep.
And what is,
The motion.
oh,
is-
okay, yes, sorry about that. Motion and second, no further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
President Cavello, you want to do a roll call on this real quick?
Okay, let's do it. We'll do a roll call just to codify this. Okay. I only have 2 of you. How did you?
President Cavello,
Present.
roll
Oh,
call vote.
okay.
President Cavello,
I'm going to vote aye.
Commissioner Torgerson is absent. Commissioner Bowl,
Aye.
Commissioner Schiffer,
Aye.
Commissioner Broussard,
Aye.
Vice President Redholler,
Nay.
Commissioner Cura, Commissioner Francisco,
Aye.
Commissioner Wildcat, President Broussard, the ayes have it.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Eugene wanted to say something.
Eugene,
President Phil, it's just a long discussion. I forget did you just approve dates that are overlapping on Sweetwater? Is that my understanding
3 days,
on the 3 days? Okay. All right.
3 days. The last 3 of the season.
I look
You know-
forward to working that. I'm happy to relinquish those dates.
All right. Moving on to 16 was on the consent agenda. Item number 17, Director Laramendi.
President Cavello, item number 17A. Excuse me, is a rules, just a kind of a rules update. So currently, chapters 1, 2, 6, and 8 on the parimutuel rules have been working their way through the Rules Committee. Commissioner Schiffer has been really working hard on those. President Cavello's been assisting in those as well. So we'll continue to get those, and then the committee will have a meeting, and then think the direction that will go is we'll try to call a special meeting just strictly for rule consideration, which will include that 1, 2, 6, and 8. And I'm also going to try to get those changes that we had discussed for the skill-based amusement games in there so that can be considered, quickly as well. And that's all I
I
have
would
for
encourage everyone, even if you're not on that committee, to please weigh in, look at those. Director Larramendi has those on our shared drive, and there's a lot of work being done. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Schiffer for all his work on those. He's done a yeoman's job. I don't believe we have any need for executive session.
No, Mr. President.
Meeting dates.
President Covello, item number 19 is the proposed meeting dates for 2026. I think it says 2026, but the dates say 2025.
No,
We've come a long way just recently with some of these meetings and the consent list agendas and how quickly we're getting through things. So instead of doing these every other month, we kind of looked at doing this on a quarterly basis instead. So it's less travel and less some of that other, plus it gives us a little bit of time. It seems like we get a packet done and then I'm working on a packet for the next one. So the dates up for consideration would be February 20th, May 22nd, August 21st. I'm sorry, May 6th, May 15th, that's correct. And then November 19th and 20th for the annual fall meeting. Those would all be in 2026. It's the third Friday here in this building, in this room. That's kind of what we're looking for. And then if something came up that we needed to hold a special meeting for rules or a license issue, we can just have a Zoom meeting. That's the recommendation for those dates.
okay. General discussion and public comment. Floor is open to anyone that would like to have the floor.
For 5 minutes.
Any commission directives?
Only if you have something for me to do.
We have nothing else. The meeting is adjourned. Okay, let's let that person in.
Melanie Peterson was up late with the thoroughbred
Yeah.
breeding program.
Melanie Peterson, you have the floor.
I promise this is the last time you'll hear from me, Commission. I actually tried to raise my hand when you were doing the rules. I would like to propose, and I'm not sure if I need to do this by writing or if we can address this now with the board, but I would like to get some clarification on one of the rules. As a breeder, it's very important to me to know what your breeding season is. It's, for instance, the rule I'm speaking of is pertaining to stallions residing in the state of Wyoming during the entire breeding season. Thoroughbreds, as you know, are much different than the quarter horse rules. We have to live cover, and therefore, the national standard is basically a breeding season is 180 days in Kentucky and everywhere else, starting mid-February through mid-June. And even more so important because of the weather conditions in Wyoming and the stress on the stallions. But the way the rule is considered right now, I did talk to Brandy. She's saying that the stallion needs to be there from January 1st through December 31st, basically residing year round as a breeding season. And I don't think that really applies to thoroughbreds, as nobody is breeding a thoroughbred on live cover in August, September, October, November. And if they are, I'd really love to run against those horses as 2-year-olds. But I would like to have the commission consider revising that rule that we do establish a breeding season of 180 days residing in Wyoming.
Go ahead.
President Covello, we can certainly look at it. The reason the rule is crafted the way that it is because the state of Wyoming wants those stallions in the
Living
state
here.
of Wyoming 365 days a year.
Yep.
So, but we can look
We
at
will
it.
consider it.
Can I ask
Thank-
why it's important for a stallion, a singular horse, to be there 365 days? But not the mare?
Go ahead. The mayor is also.
No, sir,
the
it's
mares-
not.
President Covello, so the mares can go out for breeding, But for the Wyoming bred program, the goal ultimately at some point in time is to get those horses here 365 days a year, all of them. Like, we have some caveats because of our state and where we're at and veterinary care. And, there's certain things where right now Wyoming doesn't offer that. But as this program continues to grow, I received a call from a vet not too long ago from Rock Springs who's going to start doing racehorse surgeries and boarding and all that stuff. So it's building. But the purpose is to keep these horses in the state of Wyoming as often as possible. But we can look at it. I can present that to you all and you can all determine if it's a change worthy of your blessing.
Thank you. Commissioner Schiffer.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be as brief as I can be. The only reason that I can think of why stallions should be allowed to leave is if you shuttle to the southern hemisphere. Nobody's breeding up here, between, as Ms. Peterson said, between end of July and December, really till February. But, there is a possibility if we get some nice stallions here that they would shuttle to, to South America, Australia, those kind of places. So I think she does have a very good point, and it's something we should really think about. But you have to understand the perspective of why that eventuality might happen. That's my comment on that, and I would just like to make one second comment, and it's probably something I should write down and say at a different meeting, but I really want to get it out there. The legislature voted to allow the HHR gambling in order to promote the breeding and racing of Wyoming bred horses. And, I know there's a lot of pride amongst the operators in having the most successful meet, at their venues. And that's really important. It's really a great thing. A successful meet does defray their operating costs substantially, and that's one aspect of it. But as we go forward, as I'm trying to work on some of these rules, I'm really thinking about how we can give Wyoming breds real opportunities to dominate even and succeed at our racetracks. So I would really encourage the public, the people who have a stake in this thing, to think about how we can do better to promote Wyoming breds, giving them opportunities to breed and race as we go forward. And our rules can reflect that, and I really think should reflect that. So that's my editorial. Thank you very much. Great meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Schiffer. If there's nothing else, meeting adjourned. Going to the bar.